Greetings, greetings. Good evening, everyone. Well, it's past evening, but what's going on? This is Chief Kalanago Flying Eagle, and I'm here with some more information, more education, home, digesting this build. All right, this information. First off, I want to acknowledge the Great Spirit, Universal Intelligence, the Great I Am. Want to give thanks to my ancestors, always acknowledging my ancestors. And guys, I have some great information for you guys as usual. So let me make sure my audio is on. Testing 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Greetings, more education, digesting this build, all right, this information. I don't know. I sound like a robot. I don't know what's going on, but anyway, we good. We good. All right. Oh man, it's been a long day, family. It's been a long day. I'm gonna give you guys some time to get into this build, man. All right. Do me a favor. Invite some people to the build, please. I don't know. You know, my opinion is this, right? That's my personal opinion. I don't think a lot of us, I don't think we see the urgency in the state of being that we are in. Okay, like we're not being proactive. You know, every single day. I mean, I'm talking about every second of the day. We should be pressing forward to reclaim our birthright. But so many people are distracted. So many people are just playing games. Like they just can't help themselves but be distracted. And you know what? It's a mental thing because I don't get distracted like that. I'm always on my grind, always 24/7. Like I get up and what's on my mind is to restore my ancestors' legacy. Nothing else but that. All day, every day. You know, I study hard, I meditate hard, I call onto my ancestors hard. Like I go hard, period. And we live in a digital age. You know what I'm saying? Like we should be, I mean, the world right now should be in an uproar because we are stepping up so hard. But so many people are just playing games. Like I continuously look on my Facebook and see people about nothing, talking about nothing. Everything is about distractions. Everything is about a challenge that just don't make sense. Family, we got work to do, man. Like, what's the state of your mindset? I mean, how much more proof do you need that we are the original people of this land? How much more proof do you need that we ain't from Africa? How much more proof do you need that the slave ships with all the 12 million slaves from Africa is a lie? Like, I mean, how much more proof can I show you and other people who are doing the same thing? I mean, how much more proof can I show you that the Americas was populated with Negroes? How much more proof can I show you? And I'm about to show you some more proof again in this lesson. And everything is on the site, www.ipnan.org. That was created for you. I spent pretty much all day yesterday doing research, putting information together for y'all. I just wish more people would see the urgency in where we are at. I'm going to tell y'all something because if you go look at my YouTube, right, pretty much over 98% of the things that I've said on my YouTube when it comes to talking about things that are to come, it happened. Over 98%. Go look at all my videos if you have the time. And you'll see I've been on point, literally on point over 98% of the times. I'm going to give you a prediction. Okay? If we don't get up and get our act together right now, I'm telling you, by between 2030 and 2050, okay, we will never have a chance to do it again. I promise you that. Okay? All so-called black people in this corporation called the United States, y'all are going to be, I'm not going to say we, because I'm not in that category. That's not my reality. You see what I'm saying? But I'm talking about the majority of people, okay, that call themselves Black or African American in this corporation called the United States. I promise you, between 2030 and 2050, they're going to be worse than fourth class citizens. That don't even exist right now. But I promise you, that is the state of depression that so-called Black people and African Americans are going to go into. And I'll tell you why. Okay? For one, y'all get distracted too fast. Number two, a lot of you refuse to come together, wake up, and work together and build together. Okay? Every other ethnic group has come together to build, to get a piece of the American dream. You feel me? And it's ironic that every immigrant comes into our motherland and live the American dream. But we over here living a nightmare. Why is that? Y'all don't realize what this race is about? The race is not about the color of your skin. The race is about the have and the have-nots. The race is about who could colonize our motherland into perpetuality, okay? Into perpetual times. I'm telling y'all, that's what's happening. They blocking Mexicans from coming here, but I promise you, there's an open door for the Irish. There's an open door for the Asians. There's an open door for the Italians. There's an open doors for the Scottish. They're closing the doors to Haitians. But there's an open door for Germans. There's an open door for the British. So if y'all don't realize what's going on, the goal is to get rid of us. Okay? And how do you do that? You bring everybody else into our mix and let us disappear among everybody else because we become irrelevant. And if y'all can't see the direction of where this United States is going, then I'm telling y'all, man, it's going to be a sad story. You feel me? I already got my plan. Because if y'all refuse to get up, man, I'm taking a trip and I'm gone. Like for real, for real. Because I'm not going to stay here and perish with people that refuse to get up and be proactive. I mean, what else do you want? How much more information do you need? How much more proof do you need? And I'm going to give you some alarming statistics, right? Even real Africans who came here, supposedly, okay, on the slave ships, and all the Black so-called people that came from Scotland, Ireland, Germany, Britain, those people have more American Indian blood in them than the current people that call themselves natives. I promise you that. Why? Because they were mixing with us more. I mean, there's no question of a doubt that we were the ones here. I mean, I've given you guys so much information to prove that. And I'm going to give you some more again tonight. You see what I'm saying? So even the people who call themselves Black or African Americans, they have more of our indigenous blood in them than the so-called natives that are here right now. These so-called natives that are right here right now, taking our place, these people have 132, okay? 132, 150, 100, 200, 1,000 percentage of blood quantum of the original American Indian, which is us. We mixed in more with the Africans and the so-called Black Irish, and which are the real Israelites, and the Scottish. Okay, those are King James tribes because he was the first Jacobite, a Jacobin. I mean Jacobus, and he changed his name to Israel. I promise you, even those Israelites got more American Indian blood in them than these current natives here right now. I promise you that. And I could prove it. Why do you think they stopped doing the blood quantum to be recognized? Because that wasn't working. Okay, their blood was failing them. So they had to do it with the Dawes rolls and they had to do it with the census. Okay? Because no blood is involved. I'm telling y'all, man. And that's facts. But I'm going to give y'all some more information again tonight to prove and verify everything that I'm talking about, because whatever I tell you, I could prove it. I'm not just talking. I could prove it. I'm giving you the links. I'm giving you the stuff to research. I'm giving you all the documentation to prove to you that we were the original people on this land and that they lied about all these Africans coming here. Another thing that I told y'all before, okay? A lot of people may think I have something against Africans because I talk that way. No, I don't have anything against our African cousins, but it's just the lie that was told. You see what I'm saying? It was just the lie that was told. Why do you think a lot of so-called black people in the Americans, whether it's in South America, whether it's in the Caribbean, you know, whether it's in, well, the Caribbean, most of the Caribbean is in North America anyway, but whether it's in North America or South America, I promise you, why do you think a lot of them have Irish blood and Scottish blood? Why do you think that? Do you think it's so-called white Scottish and Irish? No, it is not white, so-called white Irish and white Scottish. No, they are the original Scottish. The so-called black people that came here. That's some of the mixed blood that you have in you. It is not the white Irish. Those names are not white Irish names. No, they came from so-called black people on the other side that came here. Okay, because the kings and queens were black. The people who set up the 13 colonies were so-called black. They were the slave owners. It wasn't the pale man. And I've showed you guys that over and over and over again. You are giving the pale man too much credit when he himself was enslaved. Why do you think they shut down my live the other day and they attacked me, a cyber attack? Because I was kicking too much truth. They don't want nobody talking about so-called white history because we are giving them too much credit. Man, I have so much information. I could show y'all that all, of course, everybody pretty much knows that, but I could show you all the connection between all the presidents. Only one of them, I think, is not related, but all the presidents is related. Even Obama is not one of us. Okay? He's one of them. And all of them are related. German, Irish, and a little bit of British ancestry. Okay? Go look at the fraternal police department all over the United States. Guess what? German, Irish, and some British. Don't you realize what's happening? I mean, I've put the pieces together for y'all. What do you think is going on? The people who were enslaved, the people who were indentured servants, they became the masters. They became the slave owners. That's why they deal with us like that. You see what I'm saying? But what they did was they put every so-called Negroid or people of Negro features, they put everybody in one box and just call them black. Okay? Oh, you know what? Forget it. We're not even going to differentiate about, you know, we're from the Negro de Terra and the Negro de Guinea, because the Negro de Guinea is the Africans and the Negro de Terra is the American Aborigines. And I've shown you guys that before in lessons. I've proven that to you before. They're not making a distinction. You feel me? Because if they do, too many questions will be raised. That's why they have to take away our identity as Aborigines. Okay? Call us American Indians, take that away. Call us colored, take that away. Call us Negro, take that away. It was connecting too many dots. So they just have to put us in a black box. You black. And too many of us weren't running around here proud to be a color in a box. And you wonder why things ain't happening for you. It is because you don't exist. You're dead in law. You're dead in law. You don't exist. And you can, and it's amazing to me that you have such scholars with all these degrees and they're still here calling our people black. I don't get it. I really don't get it. Now it brings me to a point where I'm thinking that they are doing this intentionally. You know what I'm saying? Like, how could you have an educated man like Dr. Boyce Watkins and he don't know the truth? How could you have somebody like Roland Martin and you telling me they don't know the truth? Hmm? Don Lemon on CNN, all these people, the Black Caucus. You think the Black Caucus don't know? What do you think caucus means? The real meaning, etymology of caucus is an Algonquin word that means chief and elder. So these people know. But you see, it's commerce, it's business. They sold their ancestors out. You feel me? I mean, let's just say, okay, a lot of people here, we're Africans, all right? Why don't they call themselves Africans instead of Black? I see the game that's being played. Look, earlier today, okay, I walked into a restaurant, all right, and I seen the girl, at the counter. Well, actually, a few people was in there, and I had a feather in my head, right? So a lady asked me, "What does that feather mean?" Okay, I told her, and she was like, "You know what? You're right." She was Guyanese, right? She said, you're right. Blase, 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 blah. But there was another sister in the back. So I asked her where she's from. The first lady said Guyana. And then I asked the other one, she said Nigeria. And I told the sister that's Guyanese because she's a Taino. Okay. I told her, I said, listen, sis, right? I look at both of y'all as my sisters. One is from the American continent. All right. The other one is my cousin, but I'm going to call her my sister today. Guess what? How come when I asked her where she was from, she didn't say Africa? Why did she say Nigeria? Hmm? Every African you run into and you ask them where they're from, they tell you a country. They tell you a country. So why so-called African Americans and so-called Black people, whenever you ask them they're from, they just say Africa. They don't know anything about Africa. Their mothers don't and their fathers don't know anything about Africa. Their grandparents don't know anything. Their great-great-grandparents don't know anything about Africa. And people still don't realize we were bamboozled. But I'm telling y'all, if we don't come together and get our stuff together, I want to use some other colorful words, but I know my mom might be listening. And I have so much respect for my mom, and I love you, Mom. So I'm going to keep it PG, okay? But if we don't get our stuff together, I'm telling you, between 2030 and 2050, our children, their children, I'm telling y'all, man, they are going to have the hardest time of their lives. Right now, as the world is in chaos, as the United States is in chaos, while this system is fighting amongst themselves, now is the perfect time for us to slide in. But everybody's on here on Facebook playing games. I just don't get it. I just don't get it. Y'all don't know the art of war. Y'all never studied that. These people for sleep on you, and then you stay asleep yourself. But every single day, they watching us. But let me give y'all some information right now. Let me get into the lesson. I just had to kind of vent a little bit, man. Because it could get a little bit just, man, I don't know. But anyway, let's go to our site, and I'm going to share that. Okay. More proof. I always like to prove things. Okay. I like to prove things. Just don't like talking about it. Okay. Here we are. And all that stuff is there for you to research, man. It's there for you to research. Okay. It's there for you to research. So when you go to the site, you'll see it. All right. There's a slight delay. Let it come up. Give me a second. I know I'm sharing my screen, so what's going on? Alrighty. That's kind of weird. All right, what's going on? I know my internet is all right. So, okay, here we go. All right, cool. Let me scroll down. It just has a slight delay, that's all. Okay. We're gonna do a little bit of reading. All that stuff is on the site too, okay? And guys, a lot of times I don't like to, shout like that, but it's the passion, man. It's the passion. And you know, I get hyped, I get excited, but at the same time, I just feel like there's a void, man. That just need to be filled, because I go on my Facebook and then I just see my people, man. Just I don't know if because they're going through so much, they have to stay distracted, not for them to face so they won't face the reality of what's happening. I don't know, family. We can make our lives better, family. We can. All we have to do is just start. We have to make up our mind to go on a mission and wake up every single individual in our home, in our community, show them the videos, show them the proof, give them the information. All right. Let's have an entire awakening in the Americas. We could turn this thing around, and there's nothing the system could do, because it's a whole lot more of us than them. Plus our ancestors, they're with us. But you see, y'all don't call out to your ancestors. You call out to the white savior they give you, that he'll never show up. I don't care what color you say he is, he's never going to show up, because it's not real. We got to call on our ancestors, man. But anyway, let's get into the lesson. Reclaiming our heritage and birthright in the 21st century is a must. All right. Now I put some bullet points here. Okay. The United States Census would be committing paper genocide by removing the Negro classification, the last remaining identifier connecting America's indigenous peoples to the continent of America. Okay. Guess what? Remember when I told y'all in one of my videos that the term Negro, okay, it has more power than African American and Black. Why? Because Negro de Terra is recognized as the American Aborigines, and they know this. Let me drink some water. Negro de Terra, okay, Terra, okay, it has more political standing than Black or African American. All right, Negro, period, because we are the Negroes de Terra, and certain parts of Africa, especially West Africa, that's Negro de Guinea. Okay, but I've proven that to you before, but I'll give you some more information on it. All right. Okay. The Portuguese priest Manuel de Nobrega often used in his letters interchangeably Negro and Indio desta terra when speaking of Americans. Jack Forbes in book Africans and Native Americans. The term Negro applied to dark-skinned peoples in the Americas. However, reference in correspondences with the Vatican during the 15th century from the Jesuits missionaries demonstrated how the term Negro was used interchangeably with Negro de Terra and Indios, which is Indian, when speaking about Americans. Later, the United States government in 1812 are recorded as changing an entire continent of indigenous peoples classifications to Negroes. When Africans are referred to in the Jesuit letters, they are always called Negros de Guinea. All right, that's Blacks of Guinea, to distinguish them from the Negros de Terra, which is Blacks of the American land, or Americans. Okay, just so y'all know. Jack Forbes in book Africans and Native Americans. The Jingaskin tribe, located along Virginia's eastern shore, for example, was declared no longer Indian but free Negroes and disposed of their reservation land in 1812. That the blood stay pure, African American, Native Americans. Okay? Now let me ask you a question. Why would they change American Indians' identity as Negro? Why is that? But I'm going to give y'all some more proof. I'm going to give y'all some more proof. And don't take my word for it. Don't believe me. All right? Do your own due diligence. Please don't believe me. Okay? We demand that the U.S. Census continue to retain their integrity to properly provide the option for the children of America to self-identify as Negro American Indian, Indigenous American Indian. Okay? Because like I said, Negro has more political standing than Black or African American. Jesse Jackson, all of them, they are part of it. Al Sharpton, they are all part of the game that's being played on us. Okay? Because they know the truth. Many people are taught in the U.S. schools, the people erroneously referred to as African Americans are descendants of Africans, which is untruth. Okay, that's an untruth, because I'm going to tell you why. In the islands, okay, when I was in school, okay, they never taught us that we were from Africa. Why is that? They taught us we were Amerindians. Amerindians, okay? American Indian put together Amerindians. You feel me? It's only when I came to the mainland, I heard people calling themselves Black for the very first time and saying they were from Africa. Just so y'all know. All right? They are descended from indigenous people that greeted Europeans, explorers such as Giovanni de Verrazzano and Captain John Smith. And by the way, Captain John Smith wasn't a Caucasian, okay? Just so y'all know, he wasn't a pale man. The complexion of these people is black. Well, nobody's black, but they're saying black, right? Not much different from that of the Ethiopians. That's what Verrazzano said. And I have given y'all that document to show you that Verrazzano sent a letter to the King of France and said that the people he saw in the Americas, they are unlike the Ethiopians. In other words, he compared our complexions to the Ethiopians. Okay? And he said, all right, he said that the hair is black and thick and not very long. It is one tied back upon the head in the form of a little tail. In person, they are of good proportion, of middle stature, a little above our own, broad across the breast, strong in the arms, and well formed in the legs and other parts of the body. The only exception to their good looks is that they have broad faces, but not all. However, as we saw many that had sharp ones with large black eyes and a fixed expression, Giovanni de Verrazzano. Okay, he said that our complexions look like Ethiopians. I have never seen a pale Ethiopian. Somebody tell me, Chief, you're bugging. Okay, because how is that all the explorers that came here, you trying to tell me in all the books, even in the prehistoric books that I've read, and I've showed you guys, they said that their skin was brown skin. They were so-called black. You trying to tell me all these people are telling lies? All these people are telling lies. You think you're trying to tell me that a lot of these native elders, they don't know that they are here taking our place? That's why we are going through what we are going through. That's why they are suffering hard the way they are suffering, because it's karma. It's karma because they are living a lie. They are living a lie. In 1524, the Carolina coast people were said to be of dark color, not much unlike Ethiopians. Letter from the Jesuits, missionaries to Rome, description of the people they encountered. Okay? The Powhatan. And I'm going to prove to you today, again, like I've done, I'm going to prove to you that Pocahontas was a sister. Family. They had to marry our women, okay, to get title to the land, because we had a matriarchal society, okay, where we passed the how would I call that? hereditary. Okay, when you are passing down something through a bloodline, it was done through the woman. Okay, because the woman always knew who her child was. So it's always mama's baby, father's maybe. Okay, so they had to come marry our women. They had to come do the rapture, like I told y'all yesterday, rape our women. Okay, Pocahontas was still a teenager. Now, the Powhatan, more like a devil than a man, with some 200 more as black as himself. Captain John Smith, 1608. And I'm going to go to that link because I got it in there. All right, let's go to that real quick. Let me click on that. Let's click on that. Boom. And I'm going to prove to you Pocahontas was a sister. So if Pocahontas was a sister, what are these so-called native people talking about? What are they talking about? Let me go ahead and share. Let me stop sharing this real quick. Like I tell people, man, I could back up anything that I'm saying, or I could back it up. I got the documentation to prove the things that I talk about. I ain't just talking. That's why I say we playing too many games, man. We should have been we need to be proactive. Let's stop waiting. Let's stop being reactive, family. All right. Now, I may not read the entire thing because it's a lot of information, right? But I might just go straight to exactly what I want to share with you guys. So let me just blow that up a little bit, and we are going to get into this right now. Okay. Let me share my screen again. What's going on here? Okay, let this thing populate. There's a slight delay. Okay, here we go. I'm not going to read the entire thing, but I'm going to go exactly. But I'm just going to go read the introduction, and then I'm going to put that in there and go exactly where I need to be. Okay. Now, Captain John Smith. Experts from 3 autobiographical works, A True Relation of South Occurrences and Accidents of Nuet as Hath Happened in Virginia in 1608. Letter from Captain John Smith to Queen Anne, 1617. And guess what? Queen Anne was a sister as well. Okay? Like I told y'all, the pale man didn't come into power until the late 1800s, late 1800s. And in 1619, all right, I mean, in 1617, like I showed y'all before, there were still wars all over Europe, all right? But the nobility was still so-called black, all right? The general history of Virginia, New England, and the Summer Isles, 1624. Excerpt from the original electronic text for True Relation found at American Journeys, except from the original electrical text for Smith's letter to Queen Anne, reprinted in General History, found at Documenting at the American South, and experts from the original electric text for General History, found at Documenting blah, 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 right? Note that most of the text below comes from Smith's General History of Virginia, published in 1624. The exceptions are for his famous meeting with Powhatan. Okay, each of the 3 versions he told of the story appears below. One from 1608, one from 1617, and one from 1624. Now let me ask you a question. All right. If in 1609, only 20 so-called black people came here from Africa, and here's the truth. They were not from Africa. I think it was only 2 of them that was actually African. The rest of them was from Great Britain and Ireland, or even Scotland. They were the original people from that land. Okay? Keep that in mind. So how come when he come, he had already seen a nation full of Negroes. Where did they come from? I don't know. Maybe Houdini, you know, I don't know. Maybe a magic wand. I don't know. But they were here. We were here. Okay? NB spelling has been modernized here as his punctuation. All right, we're not going to read all that. But Smith and the other colonists start their new lives in fall 1607. Being thus left to our fortunes, it fortuned that within 10 days, scarce to ten amongst us could either go or well stand. Such extreme weakness and sickness oppressed us, and the threat none need marvel, if they consider the cause and reason, which was this: whilst the ship stayed, our allowance was somewhat bettered by a daily proportion of biscuit, which the sailors would pilfer to sell. I guess it would be preferred. They spoke a little bit different, so guys, forgive me if I butcher some of the words, but they spoke a little bit different back then, okay? To give or exchange with us for money, sassafras, furs, or love. But when they departed, there remained neither tavern, beer house, nor place of relief, but the common kettle. Had we been as free from all sins as gluttony and drunkenness, we might have been canonized for saints. But our president would never have been admitted for engrossing to his private use oatmeal, sack oil, agua vitae, beef, eggs, or whatnot. But the kettle, in fact, I don't have to read all that. Let me just go straight to what I want to get to you guys. So I'm going to look for it in the search. Okay? Let me look for it in the search. Let me go ahead and put in right here. Okay, let me see one of them, then the man, 100 more, black himself. All right, so this is where I'm at right now. Let me see if that's going to show up. Give me a second. I'm going to go down to 20. All right, to 20. Okay, good. So here we are. We're going to go down to 20. Okay. All right, meet the Powhatan. Let's go down. Let's scroll down. Let's scroll down. And this is from John Smith himself. All right. Let's go down to 20. Here we go. Okay. Let's read number 20. 2 days after Powhatan, having disguised himself in the most fearful manner he could, caused Captain Smith to be brought forth to a great house in the woods, and there upon a mat by the fire to be left alone. Not long after, from behind a mat that was divided the house, was made the most dolefulest noise he ever heard. Then Powhatan, more like what? A devil than a man, with some 200 more as black as himself, came unto him and told him now they are friends, and presently he should go to Jamestown to send him to 2 great guns and a grindstone, for which he would give him the country of Kapahowasik, and forever esteem him as his son Nantaquat. Let's read this again. Okay? Let's read this again. 2 days after Powhatan, having disguised himself in the most fearful manner he could, caused Captain John Smith to be brought forth to a great house in the woods, and there upon a mat by the fire to be left alone. Not long after, from behind a mat that divided the house, was the most dolefulest noise he ever heard. Then Powhatan, more like a devil than a man, with some 200 more as black as himself. Now you tell me anywhere in this where John Smith, Captain John Smith, said that the native was the American Indian. He was black, so-called black. Okay? Arizona said it. Columbus said it. John Smith said it. I'm just saying, like, okay. What more proof do we need? All righty. Boom. We're done with that. Let's go back here now. Let's go back here now. Let me share this. All right, somebody is here. Well, guess what? You're gonna be blocked, fam, because you're one of the lost, ignorant fools, and I don't need y'all here. So you'll be blocked. Okay? Period. So you just got blocked. Because a lot of every skinfolk and kinfolk, a lot of you want to keep us in this dead status. I know that. Okay? I already know that. Let us go here for a second. Man, trust me, family. I don't care about the debt ceiling, man. Don't matter what it is. There's going to be another currency. So I don't let these things bother me, man. My economy is between my two ears, okay? I create my own economy, so I'm good. I'm more focused on us taking back our land, okay? That's my focus. Being acknowledged as who we are in our land. That's my focus. Now, let this populate here for a second. Here we go. Okay. So we just went to the power time, give you some more information where John Smith said what? You know, he came in looking like the devil himself with 200 others with him, black as himself. Okay. So John Smith said that he was a so-called black man. Okay. Next. This is what Benjamin Franklin said in 1764. Okay. He said, all Africa is black or tawny. Asia chiefly tawny. America exclusive of the newcomers, woolly sow. I have already showed you guys what woolly sow means. Okay? So Benjamin Franklin was saying what? America was also black. Okay? So let's go read that a little bit here for a second. Let's tap on that. It's a lot of information as well, but I'm going to go exactly to what I need. All that information is on the site so you guys can read it yourself. I've put all the research and documents together for you, so you got it, okay? Let me go ahead and share this now. Let me go ahead and share the Benjamin Franklin letters. All right. That's a lot. But you guys, like I said, that's on the site, so you could go ahead and read that in your own spare time. Okay. But this is observations concerning the increase of mankind, peopling of countries, etc. That was of Ben Franklin. And that's a well-documented letter. Okay? All right. I'm just waiting for it to populate, guys. All right, cool. So I'm going to scroll all the way down to where we need, okay? But like I said, all that information is there. You could take your time and read that yourself. All right, but let's go all the way down. Let's go all the way down to, let me see what number. I think it's either number 23 or 24. Swati as the Germans with the English typical bodies on the face of the earth, and the numbers increase as well. Increase the sons of planting that we were here to feel complexion. Let me see. Wow. American Woods. Africa. Okay, here we go. Number 24. Let me just highlight that and we're going to read that, okay? Let's read. Number 24. Which leads me to add, and that's Benjamin Franklin talking, which leads me to add one remark, that the number of purely white people in the world is proportionally very small, okay? Proportionally very small. All Africa is black or tawny. Asia is chiefly tawny. So let me give y'all some more jewels. Okay, let me give y'all some more jewels. All right. You see, when they talk about, Asians came from the Bering Strait, okay, and they came into the Americas, and that's the first Americans. First of all, that's a lie. That's a lie. But here's the truth. The Asians that came from the Bering Strait, guess what? They were so-called black Asians. Man, listen, these people have came up with such a brilliant takeover. It's not even funny. Why do you think? Okay, when you look at certain American Indians, when you go back into antiquity, you see a lot of them with the chinky Asian eyes. Huh? Why? But they have dark skin. Why do you think so? Because those were the so-called Siberians, Asians, the original ones that came here. But when they came here, they had already seen the Aborigines. These people that you see, the natives right now, these people didn't come into play until the 1800s. Facts over feelings. Like Benjamin Franklin said, Asia chiefly tawny. Okay? Tawny is of a leather brown complexion. Okay? Now, he said, America, exclusive of the newcomers. In other words, except for the newcomers, it's woolly so as well. So Benjamin Franklin said America was black. John Smith said the tribes he met were black. Verrazano said the people he met were black. Columbus said the people he met were black. So where did these natives come from? How is that in 2021 they are the American Indians? And people don't want to study. People don't want to learn and find and learn the truth. I don't get it. And once again, I'm not here to knock anybody. I'm just telling you what happened. This is no emotions into this for me, man. I'm just dropping the truth like it is. Even when I had the conversation with the Cherokee Nation, I literally forced the truth out of him. He said, listen, well, if my grandmother, she were to take a hot comb and press her hair, she would look like one of the black people in Oklahoma. Oh, really? So you're trying to tell me somebody with native skin, which is pale, if they just perm their hair with a hot comb, all of a sudden they will look black? Come on, bruh. Who y'all trying to fool? But my people want to sleep. My people don't want to wake up and be who they are. Judge Franklin also said, all right, America, let me read that again. All of Africa is black or tawny, all right? Asia, chiefly tawny. That means that there were people of dark skin. America, exclusive of the newcomers, they are also black or tawny. And in Europe, the Spaniards, the Italians, the French, the Russians, and Swedes are generally of what we call a swarthy complexion. In other words, they were not so-called white. They were brown skin. As are what the Germans. Didn't I tell y'all the Germans were so-called black? What do you think the Holocaust was about? The Holocaust was about killing the black Germans. But the other Germans had to step up and take the place and let it be them. Oh, y'all gonna learn. The Saxons only accepted who, with the English, made the principal body of white people on the face of the earth. You hear that? The Saxons only accepted with the English, and not all English, because remember, well, you have English and Briton, all right? But predominantly the English were so-called white. Okay, the Saxons, white, but Britons, most of them were so-called black. But the English and the Saxons make up principal body of all the white people on the face of the earth. So you tell me who's the majority. Benjamin Franklin said that. I could wish their numbers were increased. And while we are, as I may call it, scoring our planet by clearing America of woods and so making this side of our globe reflect a brighter light to the eyes of inhabitants in Mars or Venus, why should we, in the sight of superior beings, darken its people? Why increase the sons of Africa by planting them in America, where we have so fair an opportunity by excluding all blacks and Tories of increasing the lovely white and red? But perhaps I am partial to my complexion of my country, for such kind partiality is natural to mankind. In other words, every ethnic group or race looks out for their own. Okay, that was Benjamin Franklin. Now, y'all might think I'm bugging. Some may say, Chief, you have no idea what you're talking about. Well, you know what? Maybe, I don't know. But it sure makes sense to me. Okay, now let me see if I could find something here for you guys. Boom, boom, boom. We are going to look for colored. Colored. All right, boom. We have 3 places. Now, let me go ahead and share something here for you guys again. Now, let me tell you what I'm reading from here now, okay? This was a Congress.gov bill, all right? 114th Congress House, Bill 3764, all right? We are going to do a little reading on that bill right here, okay? When I tell y'all I do my research, I do my due diligence, I just don't talk about things. All right, let me share this with y'all. Okay, bring that up a little bit. Okay, here we are. And they're talking about, that was the Chickahominy Indian tribe. Okay. Now check this out. When Captain John Smith came, we knew that the Powhatan was so-called black. So that if we know the chief of the Powhatan was a so-called black man, then it's quite evident that Pocahontas was a sister, without a doubt. Okay? You see, they had to, that was the contract. Okay? That was a spiritual and a physical contract by going into the womb of that Aboriginal woman and letting her bear a seed. Okay? That was a contract that gave them a right to plant their seed in Virginia. All right? I dare any one of them to prove to me that Pocahontas wasn't a sister. Let any one of them prove that to me. But let us read here for a second. Okay? And all that stuff is on our site as well. Subtitle A, the Chickahominy Indian Tribe, Section 211, findings. Congress finds that 1, in 1607, when the English settlers set shore along the Virginia coastline, the Chickahominy Indian tribes was one of the 30 tribes that received them. And that just received them. There were more tribes in Virginia, and that was just in Virginia alone. Okay? Just in Virginia alone, 30 tribes received the English. All right? Number 2. In 1614, The Chickahominy Indian tribe entered into a treaty with Sir Thomas Dale, governor of Jamestown Colony, under which A. The Chickahominy Indian tribe agreed to provide 2 bushels of corn per man and send warriors to protect the English, and B. Sir Thomas Dale agreed in return to allow the tribe to continue to practice its own tribal governance. Now, mind you, these people were so-called black people that came here we were doing the treaties with. It wasn't the pale man. Okay? Let's keep that in mind. Number 3, in 1646, a treaty was signed which forced the Chickahominy from their homeland to the area around the York Mattapony River in present-day King William County, leading to the formation of a reservation. So we embraced this so-called black man, these nobles from across the seas. We welcome them as brothers. That's why I tell you, every skinfolk and kinfolk, a lot of them are still here and they know the lineage they came from. Okay? And a lot of them are actually behind the so-called pale man, keeping us down. You think they don't know? You think Jesse don't know? You think Al don't know? You think the Black Caucus don't know? You think they don't know? Huh? You think Oprah don't know? You think they don't know? They know. They know. All right? Number 4, in 1677, following the Bacon's Rebellion, the Queen of the Pamunkey signed the Treaty of Meadow Plantation on behalf of the Chickahominy. Number 5, in 1702, the Chickahominy were forced from their reservation, which caused the loss of the land's base. Number 6, in 1711, the College of William and Mary in Williamsburg established a grammar school for Indians called Brafferton College. Number 7, a Chickahominy child was one of the first Indians to attend Brafferton College. Number 8, in 1750, the Chickahominy Indians tribe began to migrate from King William County back to the area around the Chickahominy River in New Kent and Charles City counties. Number 9, in 1793, a Baptist missionary named Bradby took refuge with the Chickahominy and took a Chickahominy woman as his wife. Again, they had to go into the womb of the Aborigine woman to gain access to her heritage. Why? Because it was passed down through the woman. Okay? Number 10, in 1831, the names of the ancestors of the modern-day Chickahominy Indian tribe began to appear in Charles County census records. All right? So I'm giving you guys a lot of information so you could start doing some research when you're looking and trying to connect your genealogy, okay, and your ancestry. Number 11, in 1901, the Chickahominy Indian tribe formed Samaria Baptist Church. Number 12, from 1901 to 1935, the Chickahominy men were assessed a tribal tax so that their children could receive an education. 13, the tribe used the proceeds from the tax to build the first Samaria Indian school, buy supplies, and pay a teacher's salary. They built their own schools. And those are the things that we could still do today. But I can't do this by myself. I'm only one man. I'm doing the research all day, every day. I'm bringing it to you all day, every day. But I'm not getting the support. There's only so much more I want to do, but I can't do it by myself. But I'm going to continue to play my part. Number 14, in 1919, C. Lee Moore, auditor of public accounts for Virginia, told Chickahominy chief O. W. Atkins that he had instructed the commissioner of revenue for Charles City County to record Chickahominy tribal members on the county tax rolls as Indian and not as white or colored. Okay? Because remember, white was a status, okay, around that time. White was a status. It wasn't about the color of skin. Okay, the color of skin didn't happen until until the 1960s. All right, peep the game. It was a status. Okay. So now, why would he say, okay, that the Chickahominy members on the county tax rolls as Indians and not as white or colored? Why would they even mention colored in there? Family, you got to read between the lines. You feel me? Why would they call native colors? Why would they call them colored? They say they're not white. So if they're not white, colored is the only thing left. So why have you ever seen a native call himself colored? No. Read between the lines. Okay? These people were so-called black people. In number 15, during the period of 1920 through 1930, various governors of the Commonwealth of Virginia wrote letters of introduction for Chickahominy chiefs who had official business with the federal agencies in Washington, D.C. Now, let me scroll down more. I highlighted where they have colored in this document. Let me scroll down some more. Scroll down, scroll down, scroll down. All right, we're going to scroll all the way down. Okay. And I have that information on there as well. I'm just giving you some of the stuff that I highlighted personally, okay? Again, proving that the American Indians were so-called black. Okay? They have definitions. They have all that stuff in here. Boom, 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 boom. All right, let's scroll down some more. Scroll down some more. All right, here we go. Let's look at another section, okay? Another section. And that's number 19 in that section, okay? And that's a congressional bill, okay? I'm not making this up. That's coming from Congress, okay? I've done my due diligence. Number 19, from 1929 until 1930, the leadership of the Upper Mattapony Indians opposed the use of colored designation in the 1930s United States Census and won a compromise in which the Indian ancestry of the Upper Mattapony was recorded, but questions. Now let me ask you a question, right? How is that they oppose to use colored? Why would anybody call the so-called natives that are here right now colored? Why is that? Because what they were doing, they were making the original American Indian disappear on paper. It's called paper genocide. Paper genocide. You think these natives don't know who we are? Huh? That's why they have to pay for their sins. You see what I'm saying? But they're always talking about the Great Spirit, but they know the truth. Bunch of hypocrites. You feel me? And that's my problem. It's not about hating anybody. My thing is, if you know the truth and you know the children of this original land, they are here suffering, and you know the truth, why don't you step up and say, listen, we are tired of playing this game. Our people are being persecuted as well because of the lie that we are living. We can't live that lie anymore. Why not tell the truth? That's why I only have respect for people that speak the truth. You feel me? Let's read this again. From 1929 until 1930, the leadership of the Upper Mattapony Indians opposed the use of colored. Why would they even propose to call them colored in the first place? You're not going to walk up to a pale man and say, hey, you're the colored one. We're going to put you down on paper as colored. That would be insane, right? Designation in the 1930 United States Census and won a compromise in which the Indian ancestry of the Upper Mattaponies was recorded but questioned. During the period of 1942 through 1945, the leadership of the Upper Mattapony Indians, with the help of Frank Speck and others, fought against the induction of young men of the tribe into colored units in the armed forces of the United States. Once again, why would you take Native Americans and call them colored? Man, listen. Y'all think I'm bugging, right? Y'all think I'm bugging. It's there in the it's there. Okay? And that document, like I said, okay? That document is H.R. House Resolution 3764 114th Congress 2015 to 2016. Okay? H.R. 3764. And that was the House of Representatives. It's right there. Okay? Union calendar number 663. So I'm taking y'all to school, man. They're not going to teach us that in school. No, they're not going to do that. Why would they do that? Why would they tell you who you are? Why would they tell us that? They're not going to tell us that, family. They're not going to tell us that. Nah, man. They're not going to tell us that. Okay? They will not do such a thing. So when you hear anything about freedmen, it's not because they were slaves and they were free. No. They just had too much land, too much power, so they had to leave them alone. Those Indians, it was only the so-called poor ones that they enslaved. Okay? And like I told y'all before, a lot of these so-called black people that came here as indentured servants eventually became enslaved. They mixed in more with us because we look like them. The same complexion for the most part. Okay? So they have more of our blood in us, in them, than these so-called natives that are around here right now. And I promise you, I want anybody to challenge me on that. Anybody, please do challenge me on that. That's what I want. Challenge me on that. Okay? Now, let me see. Let me see what else I could show you guys here. Now, I'm going to just share a little story about, Mary Jane Seacole, okay? 1805 to 1881, when we were supposed to be slaves, by the way. All right? So that's why I tell y'all, man, stop drinking that Kool-Aid, man. Stop drinking the Kool-Aid, family. Stop drinking the Kool-Aid. You feel me? Let us go here and share something else. I'm going to tell y'all a story about Mary Jane. I love my Mary Jane. Ooh, don't let me drop that on y'all right now. Let me see. Where do I have that? Let me see if it's here. Aborigines of America. Boom. So I say I love what I do, man. I love it. I love it. I love it. Okay. We already did Queen Anacaona, which was the queen of Haiti, pretty much at one point almost the entire Americas. That's how powerful she and her husband was. Okay. Now y'all know why they're doing this to the Haitians. All right. But we're going to read a little bit about Mary Jane Seacole, 1805 to 1881, when we were supposed to be slaves, right? Coming from Africa, right? That's kind of strange. But let this populate a little bit. Man, I hope y'all with me, man. All right, here we go. Okay, so we already did Queen Anacaona. Okay, we already did that. So we're gonna do Mary Jane Seacole, 1805 to 1831, right? Mary Jane Grant Seacole was an early nurse in the British Empire during the 19th century, born in Kingston, Jamaica. All right, so she was an Arawak or Taino. Okay. As Mary Grant, she was the daughter of a Scottish officer and a black mother. Now, like I told y'all before, that's what they did all over the Americas. Go into the womb of the so-called American Aborigine woman. They did it all over the Americas. Here in Jamaica, it happened as well. Okay, her mother was a Arawak or a Taino, but he was a Scottish. Okay, now it could have been either a pale Scot or a black Scot. I don't know. All right, but let's proceed. The mother was American Aborigine. Mary's mother ran a hospital boarding house in Kingston, and she, after a brief period as a servant, returned to her family home and worked alongside her mother. Okay? She worked as a servant, not as a slave. Okay? So don't let them fool y'all and tell y'all, oh, well, we all came here on slave ships. And no, it's a lie. Okay? It was during this period that Mary's skills as a nurse were first recognized, and she spent a good deal of time traveling throughout the Caribbean providing care. Mary Jane Grant married Edwin Secor in 1836, but he died 8 years later. In 1850, Mary Secor resided briefly in Panama with her half-brother, Edward, where they ran a hotel for travelers bound for gold rush in California. But hold up. I thought all during that time we were still slaves because supposedly slavery wasn't abolished just yet. And how come when we are supposed to be slaves, so-called black people still have all this power? Owning hotels? Come on, family. Stop drinking that juice, man. Okay? Seacor's reputation as a nurse grew as she provided care for these mostly American travelers during several outbreaks of cholera. In 1853, when Great Britain declared war on Russia, initiating the Crimean War, Seacole traveled to England to offer her services. The British government and the Crimean found initially rejected her offer of assistance, and an old friend and distant relative, Thomas Day, however, provided Seacole with the necessary funds to travel to the Crimea and set up a hospital and boarding house for convalescent officers. In the 1850s, Crimea was part of the Russian Empire. After the breakup of the Soviet Union, it became part of Ukraine, and only in 2004 was it annexed to Russia again. On arrival in Turkey, Seacole sought out Florence Nightingale and offered her services. Nightingale refused, but Seacole continued on to Crimea despite having no official support. When she arrived in Crimea, she constructed her hotel near the British lines surrounding Sevastopol out of driftwood and packing crates, and opened its doors in March. In 1855, the British Hotel, as it was called, soon thrived. Nightingale continued her unfriendliness to Seacole's effort. She later described the hotel as no better than a brothel because Seacole, without outside funds, sold alcohol to support her work. Seacole, however, endeared herself to British soldiers and became famous for going into battlefields to treat wounded men, often under fire. To identify herself as a non-combatant to Russia's soldiers, she wore brightly colored clothes and ribbons in her hair. When Sevastopol fell to British forces, Mary Seacole was the first female nurse into Bilokiot City. There, she treated both British and Russian troops. When Crimean War ended in 1856, Seacole left the Crimea almost penniless. On her return to England, she was declared bankrupt, and only the intervention of Queen Victoria's nephew, Prince Victor of Hohenlohe-Langenburg, whatever that is, saved her from destitution. The prince helped set up a charitable fund for Seacole that people from across Britain donated to, including, surprisingly, Florence Nightingale. In 1857, Seacole attempted to raise funds to travel to India to assist with the wounded in Indian rebellion. Her business partner, Day, persuaded her otherwise. By 1860, Mary returned to Jamaica. Short of money, once more, she received support from patrons, including the Prince of Wales and the Duke of Edinburgh, who provided her funds to purchase land and build the modest home in Kingston. By 1870, Siegel had returned to London, where she treated, amongst others, Alexandria, Princess of Wales, for rheumatism. Mary Siegel died in Paddington, London on May 9th, 1881. She was 76 years old. Despite her name being almost forgotten for over 100 years, today Mary Siegel is recognized as a pioneer in British nursing. A number of cities and universities have hospitals buildings named after her, including Salford, Birmingham City, and Thomas and Thames Valley universities. A much larger number of hospitals have Mary Siegel wards. In 1991, she was awarded the Jamaican Order of Merit, and a few years later, she was named as one of the 100 greatest Black Britons. All right, family, it's so much. I got the story of Henrietta Lacks as well, 1945. That's on our side as well. You could go ahead and read that. Okay, there's just so much history about us. Okay, they have us thinking that we are, we're in the bottom of the barrel. Now, I know the Henrietta Lacks is a little long, but I think I want to read that. Now, why isn't this thing scrolling up? Oh, let me see what's going on here. Give me 1 second, please. Oh, okay, scrolling up. I think I'm going to read Henrietta Lacks, and then I'm going to call it a night, okay? Let's read here for a second. So this is Henrietta. You just seen her picture on the left side of the screen. I already did the story about the Aka Mackay Indian descendants. I already read that. Okay, so let us read Henrietta Lacks. In the article below, Clarence Springer, Doctor, PhD, Professor of Health Services in the School of Public Health, University of Washington, Seattle, briefly describes the saga of Henrietta Lacks, whose cells have been used without her family's permission for over 60 years of biomedical research. Dr. Springer teaches a course in the University of Washington Honors College based on the book, The Immortal Life of Henrietta Lacks. Henrietta Lacks was born August 1st, 1920, into a family of impoverished tobacco farmers in Roanoke, Virginia. All right, so right there alone, we know she was an Aborigine. Okay? We know she's an Aborigine, period. She died at the age of 31 from the effects of cervical cancer on October 4th, 1951, after treatment in Johns Hopkins Hospital in Baltimore, Maryland. But Henrietta Lacks' cells did not die. Okay? A sample taken from her without permission became the immortal HeLa cell line used for extensive biomedical research and then commodified in multi-million-dollar business. Henrietta Lacks' story was resurrected in magnificent detail in The Immortal Life of Henrietta Lacks, the 2010 bestseller by freelance science author Rebecca Skloot. You hear that? Her cells did not die. She had immortal cells. Family, if y'all don't know how amazing we are, I don't know what else to tell y'all. Okay? Born Loretta Pleasant. It is not clear how Henrietta became her first name. Henrietta's mother, Eliza, born in 1886, died in childbirth in 1924. Henrietta's father, John Pleasant, 1881 to 1969, took the children to Clover, Virginia, to be raised among relatives. Henrietta married her first cousin, David Day Lacks, 1915 to 2002. In 1941, when she already had 2 children, Lawrence and Elsie Henrietta had her first child at age 14. Following the Depression and between the two world wars, opportunities for African Americans opened in steel mills in Bethlehem, Maryland, near Baltimore, and in 1941, Henrietta and David left tobacco farming with two children and joined the Great Migration. They bought a home in Turner Station, which is now Dundalk, Maryland. Henrietta and David had five children: Lawrence, Elsie, David, Sonny, Deborah, and Joseph, aka Zacharian. The oldest daughter, Elsie, was mentally disabled. When around 11 years old, Elsie was committed to what was then called the Hospital for Negro Insane, now Crownville State Hospital. Receiving horribly inadequate and outdated treatment for mental illness at the hospital, Elsie lasted 5 horrendous years before dying. Deborah, Henrietta's youngest daughter, searched for her oldest sister while relentlessly seeking understanding and justice about her mother's immortal selves. These elements form the core themes of Klot's exceptional book. In 1951, Henrietta Lacks was diagnosed with cervical cancer and was treated at segregated Johns Hopkins Hospital with radium tube inserts, a standard treatment at that time. As a matter of routine, samples of her cervix were removed without permission. Judge Otto Gee, 1899 to 1970, a cancer researcher at Hopkins, had been trying for years to study cancer cells, but his task proved difficult because cells died in vitro outside the body. The sample of cells Henrietta Lacks' doctor made available to Gee, however, did not die. Instead, they continued to divide and multiply. The HeLa cell line was born. HeLa was a conflagration of Henrietta's Lacks. Permission for doctors to use anyone's cell or body tissue at that time was traditionally not obtained, especially from patients seeking care in public hospitals. The irony was that John Hopkins, 1795 to 1873, an abolitionist and philanthropist, founded the hospital in 1889 to make medical care available to the poor. Informed consent as a doctrine came into practice in the late 1970s, nearly 3 decades after Henrietta Lacks' death. The new practice grew out of the embarrassment over World War II Nazi medical experiments and the infamous Tuskegee syphilis experiment of 1933 to 1972. That's why we don't trust these people vaccine. That's why we don't trust them. Okay, because we know what they have done to us in the past. All right, so for those of you taking the job, that's on y'all. But 1932 to 1972, experimenting on old people, you know what I'm saying? That's the Holocaust. Okay, just so y'all know. George Gee attempted to protect the privacy of deceased Henrietta Lacks. Thus, origin of the cells was alleged to have come from Helen Lane or Helen Larson, or even from Australian-born American actress Hedy Lamarr, 1913 to 2000. Gee was the consummate professional biologist and used Henrietta Lacks cells in the sole interest of finding a cure for cancer. With no desire for profit, he made the HeLa cells available to all interests in the biological research, including virologist Jonas Salk, 1914 to 1955. The HeLa cell line in turn allowed the discovery of Salk vaccine, which led to the near worldwide eradication of polio. Why didn't Henrietta Lacks' cells die in vitro outside her body? Biologists have their own answers about the smallest living unit, but the immortality of Henrietta Lacks' cells probably had to do with telomerase, which protected the cell chromosome from deterioration. Telomerase blocked cell division in the body, which is a good thing, in that when cancerous cells divide, they push out the good cells and produce tumors. Henrietta Lacks had cervical cancer, and those cells ultimately killed her. Yet, those same cells, those same cancer cells, continue to divide outside her body, allowing them to be studied for medical advancement. Let's see where we at. Sloot pointed out that more than 60,000 studies were published by researchers who used the HeLa cells, thus advancing their careers and professional prestige of the institution which employed them. HeLa cells were shot into space to test the effects of gravity on the human cell. Research on human papillomavirus, HPV, and an apoptosis, guys, forgive me, please. Those are medical terms I'm not used to, but papillomavirus, HPV, and an apoptosis, or programmed cell death, was also advanced because of Lacks' still living cells. The genetic revolution exploded almost immediately following her death. Molecular biologist James B. Watson, 1928, and geneticist Francis Crick, 1916 to 2004, created the double helix model in discovery of deoxyribonucleic acid, DNA, in 1953, a year before the U.S. Supreme Court's Brown versus Board of Education, which is generally credited with launching the Black-led civilization rights movement. The individual commodification of the HeLa cells was never George Gee's intent. While he may not have been interested in money, researchers survive in educational institutions and research laboratories by advancing knowledge and access to the HeLa facility, public and private grant funding for these researchers. Yep, they're still using the cells today. Yep. Yep, indeed. Now, let me see where we at. Successful research brought recognition from colleagues, the institutions, the medical industry, and the general society. Ironically, the cancer cells cut from the cervix of an impoverished 20th century African American. Why don't you just call it, just be honest and call it an American Indian, because y'all know she's an Aborigine. You see what I'm saying? Generated for greater financial reward than the effort of Lacks' enslaved ancestors to produce a child in antebellum Virginia to enrich the family's slave owner. Now, let us put this in perspective, all right? Just because our people were enslaved, it didn't mean that they came here on slave ships. That's how they got y'all fooled, okay? Our people became indentured servants. Then they were enslaved against their free will because they were working on consignment, okay? Sharecroppers. So you see, people refuse. These educators, all you hear is slave, 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 slave. And then they give you the narrative that all slaves came from Africa in the bottom of a slave ship. When the truth of the matter is, we were already here. We became indentured servants, sharecroppers, deemed now slaves against our free will. But they will not tell you that. Just like the pale people. A lot of them came here as indentured servants, but eventually they became slaves. But nobody's going to tell you that. But let us read some more. The triumph of the 21st century, free market, biotechnology, the medical industry complex, and continuing health inequalities by race were all epitomized by the ongoing exploitation of Henrietta Lacks cells. By 1993, her only surviving daughter, Deborah Lacks Pullum, was fighting to understand the continuing existence of her mother as the smallest unit of life. She had to confront the mind-bending cultural incompetency and insensitivity of the biomedical profession. Researchers communicated with Lack's family members in what can only be described as an academic gibberish. She wrestled with inadequate and misleading information, such as statements that what was the very essence of her mother through cell fusion could now be combined with plants and animals. All right. Evolutionary biologist Leigh Van Vellen, 1935 to 2010, reported the HeLa cells had developed into a new species and was no longer human. Man, I'm telling y'all, right? An immortal cell. Just so you know, we are able to transform. But because we are not vibrating the way we are supposed to be vibrating, y'all eating anything, y'all eating a bunch of garbage, all these fried foods, all these GMO foods, all this liquor, okay, all this weed that you're smoking. You feel what I'm saying? Listening to all this rap music, y'all cannot vibrate to another frequency so that we could shape shift. You see what I'm saying? But of course, Chief Kalanago probably don't know what he's talking about. But let us read some more, because guess what? Let me read it again for y'all. Okay? Evolutionary, right here. Let me highlight that for y'all. Okay? Evolutionary biologist Leigh Van Valen, 1935-2010, reported what? The HeLa cells had developed into what? A new species and was no longer human. You tell me what it was. Huh? I'm telling y'all, man, if y'all only knew how powerful you are, how great you are, how amazing you are, the DNA that you have in you, if only you knew, we wouldn't even be in the position that we are today. If we just make up our mind tomorrow that we want to change this situation, guess what? We could change this. I mean, we could change this instantly by each and every one of us stop calling ourselves Black or African American. Regardless of whether some of them, yes, were mixed in and some of them may be descendants of slaves that indentured servants that came from across the seas and eventually became slaves. But guess what? They mixed in with us. So they have our blood in us, so they're also native. So they have every right. Why do you think every so-called Black grandmama tell you have a little bit of Indian in you? Because whether the story was some of them came, on ships or whatever, they always go back to, guess what? But my great-grandmother was a pure blood this and a pure blood that. My grandfather was a pure blood. Always goes back to that. So let me ask you a question. If they were the pure bloods, how is that in 2021 you Black and African American? I don't get it. How is that a horse had horses 2 million years ago? In 2021, the horse is still a horse. A donkey had donkeys 10 million years ago. In 2021, it is still a donkey. A zebra had zebras 5 million years ago. In 2021, it's still a donkey. But yet still, oh no, my great-grandmother was a pure blood Indian. But in 2021, guess what? I'm Black and African American. Somebody please tell me, let that make sense to me, please. While you have people with 132, 150, 100, one of a thousandth of our blood in them, and they're qualified to be the Indians, getting all the benefits, opening up casinos, getting money every single month, and y'all out here, trying to kill each other for a few dollars. I just don't get it. Maybe I'm bugging. All we have to do is step up, family. That's it. All we have to do is step up. It is really that simple. But let us read. To Deborah, such crude, unqualified information meant her mother was somewhere in a man-made hell. Distress such comments drove Deborah to suffer at least 2 strokes. Rebecca Amsklut, a freelance science writer finally broke through the understandable mistrust of Deborah and rest of the Lax family, setting a course towards determining the truth about her mother's cells. Meanwhile, biotechnology laboratories and academic research institutions grew rich from the continually dividing Hella cells, while the Lax family endured continuing poverty and deprivation. The ethical contradictions of her mother's cells having been taken, studied, sold, and resold in free market was tested in the U.S. Supreme Court case of Moore versus Regents of California, 1990. John Moore had visited the University of California Medical Center in 1976 seeking treatment for hairy cell leukemia from Dr. David W. Gould, who took cell samples. By 1983, Goldie had created a cell line from Moore's T lymphocytes without Moore's knowledge. Dr. Goldie named himself the colleague Shirley G. Kwan as the inventors of the new cell line and entered into agreements with Genetics Institute, a biotech corporation engaged in the development of commercial applications for its research. As part of the agreement, Goldie was named a paid consultant and quickly grew wealthy from the stock options in the biotech company. Upon discovering Goldie's deception, Moore, a well-educated middle-class white man, hired an attorney and sued for a share of the profits gained from his own bodily tissue. The California Supreme Court, however, reasoned that Moore had no right to any of the profits, even if it derived from his own discarded body parts. The court concluded that biomedical research would be undermined if individual patients or research subjects had the power of profit from medical advancements as a result of research done from their own body parts. It said nothing about the ability of researchers to profit from those same parts. The Moore decision gave medical researchers and institutions the unlimited right to manipulate body tissues of unsuspecting patients for private gain. And it's still happening today. That's why you have had thousands and thousands and thousands of young women missing. Of course, some sex trafficking and some was for what? Organs and body parts, cells, okay? Stem cells. The life and death of Henrietta Lacks is a cautionary tale that reflects the inherent contradiction between the stated purpose of medical research to provide benefit to humankind and the reality of blatant profiteering in the name of advancement of science. Rebecca Skloot was not the first writer to investigate institutional racism in medical, and this treatise, where we at, should not be taken as a thorough review of her impressive research for the immortal life of Henrietta Lacks. Yet, since the book's publication in 2010, biomedical institutions have successfully adopted the tactics of politicians and movie stars when caught engaging in bad behavior. Let me see where we're at. Give me a second, please. Slick websites under biomedical sponsorship, which pay homage to Henrietta Lacks, have sprung up like weeds in a garden. Self-invented speakers come forth admitting institutional shortcomings, but never institutional guilt. Carefully worded statements crafted by well-paid attorneys declare that the academic research institutions they present made no money from the Lacks cells. They fail to mention the incredible amount of prestige and grant funding the Heller line brought and continues to bring those institutions. The tragedy of Henrietta Lacks' saga should remind us all, and especially those of us in the medical profession, that we have a responsibility to protect, not profit from, the bodies of those we serve, including the smallest piece of those bodies, the human cell. All right, guys. So I hope you guys enjoyed that. All right, I've been on for about an hour and over an hour and a half now. Okay. I've already done videos about the Moors. You know, I mean, I'll do one in detail, but I won't talk about that right now. But I'll get into that one in another time. Okay. But I could tell you that Moors are not Aborigines of America. Okay, no matter, no, I don't care what they tell you. Okay, this was never called Al Moroccan, all that stuff. Nah, they're also colonizers. Okay, but anyway, guys, thank you guys for being on here. Just wanted to share this with y'all. Okay, all that information is on the site. Once again, please, all right, reciprocate the love, support the website. Don't support here on YouTube because YouTube is kind of messing with me right now. So if you want to support, please go to the site. I created for you. It's a lot of information, and I still got a whole lot more information to come. Okay, so all that information is on this. So just to recap, okay, to summarize things, I just showed you more proof again that the whole Chickahominy, tribes, they were so-called black people. The Powhatan, they were so-called black people. So what does that mean? If the Powhatans were so-called black, that means Pocahontas was so-called black, right? And that's how they gain power. You see, y'all don't realize what's going on. All right. Why do you think? Why do you think a new contract had to be signed? Okay, with the new set of nobility that's now in Great Britain. Okay, the pale people that's there in power right now, they were the slaves that became, okay, the nobles right now. But new contracts had to be formed with the new world. So what do you think? Meghan had to marry the prince. Okay, that was an extended contract. You see, a lot of people don't know these things. Y'all got to put two and two together. All right. They have to go into the womb of American Aborigine woman, okay, to solidify the contract and it tied to the land. Do you think that so-called prince is just gonna what, marry a so-called black woman? I have done a genealogy and ancestry search on Meghan's mother and her family. They are Aborigines, American Indians. They might call them African American, but I know better. Okay? And I promise you, I went as far back as the early 1800s, late 1700s, where they were working in hospitals and had big positions. So she came from a prestigious Aboriginal family. Okay? She wasn't just an average actress or whatever she was before. No. No. She came from American Indian royalty to a certain extent. Oh, yes. I mean, her father is Caucasian. I mean, remember, we have a matriarchal society in our culture. Don't forget that. You are your mother's child. Okay? Riches was passed down through the mother. A lot of them had Caucasian fathers and pale fathers, and even African fathers, and even, you know, Scottish fathers. Who do you think King James VI was, who wrote the 1611 Bible? He was a so-called black man. But he came into the womb, the rapture of the indigenous woman, American woman. Captain John Smith. John Ruffle, the one who married Pocahontas. All those people came from across the seas, but they had to go into the womb of the American Aborigine woman to have ties to what? Everything that was going to be handed down into that family. Because guess what? That's how pretty much all over the world, the so-called pale man had to get back into power. Because those so-called black nobles across the seas, they went and took in pale concubines. So now those children were nobility. And when they got the throne, they started fighting their own fathers. That's part of the stories of the Moors. And not just the Moors. The king of the Israelites. Okay? King George, a black German, who was also the king of Germany, because Germany was part of the, Great Britain. The so-called black king that created the state of Georgia, the colony of Georgia. So who do you all think Hitler was killing, bruh? Fam, who do you think Hitler was killing? Who do you think that Holocaust was about? Man, y'all better learn, man. Huh. I mean, yes, I mean, a lot of people, that's what they had to do. Okay, they had to demean our women. Okay, they had to degrade our women, even up to this present day. I want anybody to prove me wrong. Go tell me any rock and roll artist that you hear in every song calling their women female dogs. I'll wait. Go tell me any so-called white artist that's out here calling their women female dogs. I'll wait. Please tell me. But in almost every rap song, a sister is a female dog, to the point where even our sisters are proud to call themselves female dogs. Because it's a culture to demean our women, to degrade our women, when the truth of the matter is they are the ones with the power. Okay? They are the true custodians of this land. And we were the protectors. And most of them stood up in battles with the men. You feel what I'm saying? We just had a certain reverence for our women, that we had them on a pedestal. But now, our sisters are disrespecting themselves. I just don't get it, man. You see, we got to rise, family. We got to rise. We got to start respecting each other again. Sisters, stop disrespecting yourselves. You see what I'm saying? Know your value. That's why I don't tolerate these things, man. I don't. Anybody I see on my page disrespecting the woman, I delete them. And if you're on my page constantly posting things that's not gonna help us grow, I delete you as well. I ain't got time for that. I don't want to see that. That's not my reality. So just know that all over the Americas, not just in the United States, Canada, okay, even the French, what you call the French trappers, they would, the rapture in Canada, okay, rape indigenous women, marry indigenous women, okay, to have titles to the land. Of course, when King James came here in his Bible, it was, trust me, it was planned. It was strategically written. I keep telling people the Bible has nothing to do with a sky daddy coming to save nobody. That is King James Big Mama's Bible, with his lineage, with his genealogy and his journey of him, his people, and his tribes. King James was the first Jacobite, okay? He was Jacobus that became a Jacobite and then changed his name to Israel and promised his people that he brought here as indentured servants, not slaves. When those so-called black people came here, they did not come as slaves. Stop listening to these lies that they tell you about roots and this Amistad. That's a lie. They came here as indentured servants for 7 years, and they were promised land and even promised women to marry of American ancestry. Okay? But when King George came into power, he said, nah, we ain't having that. Slavery is such a business. I don't care about contracts. I don't care about indenture tree. I don't care about none of that. We bringing back slavery. So now there was a war between King George and King James's people. Family, is just so much going on. Like I say, just so much in my head. I know this thing in my head because I've studied it and read it and done so much research over and over and over again. I could literally just sit around a campfire and tell you everything from beginning to where we are at right now. I even studied wars that was happening simultaneously, on the other continents while they were going on in the Americas. Everything was planned. It became a game of chess. Of course, we got to restore the balance because our women respected us and we respected them. Everybody had a role. There was no envy, jealousy, none of that. Okay, none of that. Now, all of a sudden on my Facebook page, men always competing with women, women always competing with women. That's, you see, y'all dudes, a lot of y'all wear too many panties, man. That's the problem. So y'all competing with women. Then it's always women. Oh, there are no good men out there. Well, maybe you ain't good. That's why you can't find anybody good. Oh, man, there are no good women nowadays. Well, apart from your body, what are you going to bring to the table? It's always competition. And I'm not saying that all a sister have to bring to the table is her body. I'm not saying that because y'all know my mindset. That doesn't impress me like that. That mindset gotta be right. But we still don't have to demean them and degrade them if they're not in a financial position to bring much to the table. They have given us enough. They have done enough for us. So no matter what it is, we should never turn our backs on them. It doesn't matter how far they fall. With y'all ungrateful butts. And I don't know why we are not petitioning these radio stations and BET and telling them, and MTV, and telling them we are not going to tolerate that type of music. Okay, promoting our people killing each other. Okay, promoting this type of music where continuously calling our women female dogs. Why don't you hear no country music artists calling their women female dogs? You think they're gonna stand for that? No. Letters would have been written. Okay? That's how these pale people do things. They come together, they do petitions in secret, okay, and they get things done. They get things done. I travel all over this country, okay? And I don't like traveling on planes. I like to travel the land and feel the energy of my ancestors because I like to stop, give them thanks, walk on the ground, take breaks, breathe in the fresh air. Okay? And I'm telling you, there are certain areas when I'm traveling, you cannot hear one rap song. Okay? You cannot hear no hip hop songs, period. I'm talking about for miles, for hours traveling. Because they don't want that poison in their neighborhoods. They don't want that frequency in their neighborhoods. It's either country, gospel, or, whatever the case may be. Alternative music. But we are the only ones promoting the destruction of each other in songs. We are the only ones promoting calling our women female dogs in songs and think it's cute. It's a token to be a female dog, and not just a female dog, but a bad female dog. I mean, it's bad enough that you're calling yourself a female dog, but a bad one is that, and now making it a term of endearment. No, I don't respect that. I don't respect that. Even when women send me friend requests, I go down their page, and anywhere they call themselves a bad female dog, I delete the request because that means you have no respect for yourself. But you want to be respected. I could only control myself. I could only control what I do. You see, I'm not trying to change the world. I've already changed me. And because I am changed, okay, the world looked different because I renewed my mind. And first of all, I wasn't raised like that. My mom and dad didn't raise me like that. Here's another thing. I didn't hear anybody call themselves a B word until I came into the United States. Oh, and by the way, the United States is not America, just so y'all know. America is a continent, all right? So I'm saying all that to say, we have to start respecting each other. We got to take a stand, all right? We have to take a stand. We got to start. There's enough of us where we could start boycotting BET. Why they not talking nothing about Aborigines? Why they not talking nothing about that? Why there's not a program on BET teaching the truth? Because guess what? BET is not owned by us. So if we, those who know, if we cannot come together, what chance do we have? What hope do we have? Where are we going to go? What's going to happen to our children? You know, we just got to stop focusing on entertainment too much, family. Too much. Binge watching TV shows instead of teaching our children who they are. There's enough information. I'm not the only one doing this. And to everyone that's out there, whether you are a brother or a sister, man, thank you for playing your part. Because there are a lot of us out here putting in that work for real. Okay? Where no matter where you go, enough people should know, man, listen, I know who I am. October 11th is Indigenous Peoples Day. We all should make an effort. Okay? Why didn't we come together? Okay, to say, hey, you know what? It's Indigenous People Day. We could have planned way ahead. Okay, get in touch with with BT or whatever. Give us a little, give us a program. You see what I'm saying? Even if it's for one night. Why aren't we doing that? But like I said, I'm only one man, so I want to thank you guys for being on here. Thank you for letting me vent, man. That's my therapy. You know what I'm saying? That's my therapy for real, for real, for real. Okay? That's my therapy. Because wow, we got a lot of work to do, man. And I'm telling y'all, we better wake up and start putting things in perspective. Okay? Yeah. We have to definitely get up and put things in perspective. Okay? We should all start calling BT. Okay? Start calling the radio stations in our perspective and respective communities. Call them and let them know, hey, we are not black. We are not African American. Okay? We are no longer, I promise you, if they start getting, you see, that's what these pale people do. That's why I have a lot of respect for a lot of pale people. You know why? Because they get things done. And I'm not saying that we don't, because there are a lot of us doing things, great things. But I'm talking about us Aborigines. Okay? We should have been writing letters and calling radio stations and calling BT and listen, because you are participating in the colonization of the original American Indians. You feel me? We keep talking about rights. We keep talking about UNDRIP, United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. What does it say? Doesn't it say that, we have a right to participate in broadcasting programs that's going on in our communities? They cannot refuse us from having a show on there. They can't do that. So why aren't we coming together and letting these people know that are some of the declarations that exist for Indigenous people? We are part of the community, and we are no longer going to sit around and have you participate in the colonization of our people. You see what I'm saying? You see, we are our biggest enemies. Well, yeah, well, thank you, brother. I'm playing my part, man. I'm playing my part. I'm playing my part. Nobody had to ask me to go do the website. I paid my own money, okay, to get the domain name. I paid my own money to pay for hosting for 2 years. And literally 18 or close to 18 hours a day, I'm going back 20 years into research that I have on drives. I'm pulling out big, thick drives. I'm not talking about little fire sticks. Now, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about big drives you got to plug into the wall. Okay? It works off of electricity. 20 years of information I'm digging into, bringing for y'all, putting the site together. And my brother Paro, thank you, man. And there was another brother that went to the site and support. And like I told you, I'm not gonna come on here and beg y'all to beg y'all for nothing. You see what I'm saying? I won't do that. Period. I'm not gonna talk on OnDrip right now, family. I'll go over that another time. I think I have a video about OnDrip on here, like way back. I've done that. But the thing is with OnDrip is not legally binding. Okay, it's not legally binding. That's fact. It doesn't mean that we cannot use it, but it's not legally binding. All right. House Resolution 331 in that case is a little stronger legally. Okay, because that's a treaty. That's a little more binding than OnDrip. Okay, that's why, yes, about 3 years ago I did that. Absolutely. So that's why we have to step up as the indigenous people. We got to come together. You see, the site is just the beginning. Okay, the site is just the beginning. Eventually, what I'm going to do is, which I'm going to start soon, I'm going to, create a membership. Okay, so that we could come together. Okay, everybody, we're going to have a professional card. Okay, that for all the members, so that we are able to stand for each other. So let's just say one of us get into a legal situation, then that precinct or that governor or whoever, okay, they will get a call or they will get letters from 200, 2,000. It depends on how big the membership gets. You see what I'm saying? They will get letters or call, hey, that individual that you have here is an American Aborigine, okay? And that person is not in your jurisdiction. You have no authority to hold that person's body. You see what I'm saying? So we have to step up. It's so much work to do, but family, I can't do it by myself. I can't do it alone. I can't. Y'all see what I'm doing. You feel me? I can't. And I know there are others as well. Big up to my brother Chief Holiday, doing his thing. Dan Calloway's doing a great job as well. But we got to stop being individual and start coming together. You see what I'm saying? And because a lot of us are in all these different places where we don't have the strong support, then let us use the internet, okay, as a means of coming together, okay, creating that family online. That's what we should do. So you don't feel alone where you are at. You see what I'm saying? If an indigenous woman got a situation with her children with child support, then we all can step in. You see what I'm saying? We all can step in. Then if we call, boom, a TV station or whatever, they get 200 calls. Hey, this is what's happening to an American Indian woman. You see what I'm saying? I promise you it's going to start getting attention. Like, we got to come together, family. We got to come together. And we got to force these people's hands. We got to get to BET. You know what I'm saying? We got to do that. There's no reason why we shouldn't have a program on BET talking about who we are. There's no reason why there's not a segment in at least one of the major radio stations in your city. We are talking about who we are, educating the people. Absolutely. They perish for the lack of knowledge. You know, let us go sit down with pastors and ministers of the churches. And don't attack their religion. That's not what this is about. I'm not here to change your faith, even if we know the truth. You see what I'm saying? I know the truth. I speak it on my platform. But when I go talk to these ministers and these pastors, I don't really discuss religion because I don't want them to get defensive. So, I'll talk about, wealth building and talk about who we are as a people and show the facts. We could do that and start teaching the churches. But we got to do something, man. We got to be proactive. Let's stop being reactive. Every time something happened, you know what I'm saying? We are stepping up as Black Lives Matter. What? No, it don't exist. Black people don't exist. We don't have to march all over the place, but we could take a stand. We could do a stand on Washington. It's different from marching because I'm not going to be walking around. That's too much walking. But I will take a stand to make a statement that we are still here. We never came, we ain't living, and we still here. You feel me? And it's really that simple, man. It's really that simple. But one of these days, I'm definitely gonna pretty much soon get back into talking about financial literacy. And I'm gonna talk about, creating the business and all that stuff because, we have to look at this from a broad perspective. You know what I mean? Where we are able to put ourselves in positions to take care of ourselves. You know what I mean? I hear a lot of people talking, oh, well, let's get land and let's do this and do that. Man, it takes money to do all that. All right. I just want y'all to know we don't live in the day and age where it used to be like that back in the days. You feel me? So regardless of what happens with the economy, the truth of the matter is going to take some form of currency, no matter what they do. I don't care if the dollar crash. I don't care. I've been talking about that for 20 years. I don't care about that. The point is, no matter what happens, I'm still going to be a billionaire. It don't matter. You feel what I'm saying? The point I'm making is this. We have to come together as a unit, all right? So we could start standing up for each other. It's really that simple. Why don't we come together? Like, we have to come together and start going to these legislators. You see what I'm saying? When they have these council meetings. Well, I hear you talking about the Asian. I hear you talking about the pale race. I hear you talking about Black people. Well, what happened to the American Aborigines? I hear you talking about natives. We have to let people know that there's a difference. And we have a right to self-identify. You see what I'm saying? So it's everything we got to go through. Why do you think every single day I eat a wealthy salad? You see what I mean? My body craves that type of food. It crave it because I know my mind got to be right. And for my mind to be right, I got to feed myself. I got to feed myself the right foods. That's why a lot of people suffer from cognitive dissonance because they're not eating the right foods. So it doesn't trigger anything in their mind to react or respond to what you're saying in a positive way because they're still vibrating on that lost frequency, man. I mean, we are who we are. The difference between me and a lot of people is wherever I go, I make a statement. You see what I'm saying? Nobody could ever look at me anywhere. And like, take for instance, if a police, a policy enforcer stop me, guess what? They will never see me and call me a Black man or an African American. Because what Black man or African American, walk around with indigenous attire every day. You see what I'm saying? I mean, it's sad that I have to do that, but I do it because it's, in a way, I have to make that statement. I don't want there to be any type of assumption or presumption. The moment you approach me, you know, hey, hold up. There's something different about this one. You have to let your energy speak for you. No. It don't make things worse. You see, it's how you approach it. You see, if enough of us stand up, there is no way it will make things worse. One thing I'm going to remind y'all again is this. The United States has never won a battle, okay, a war against the American Indians. We only lost that war on paper. We have never lost a physical war. Not with the United States, not even with those so-called black men and women, well, not women, black men that came here. Okay? So let's keep that in mind. Why do you think they have to keep us fighting each other? So let that be a little clue for you. They don't want the rise of the Indians. They don't want that. I promise you, in another 5, 6 to 7 years, they're going to have another name to call us, because the goal is to take us as far away as possible to the people they call American Indians when they came to our shores. Okay? And I promise you, the Black Caucus is right there with them, because the Black Caucus know. They know who we are. They know. I showed y'all before, and I'm going to show y'all again. Let me see if I can pull it up. Let me see if I could pull it up. Because I always like to prove things that I talk about, right? Always like to prove things that I talk about. Let me see. Here we go. Boom. I shared this with y'all before, okay? But let's do this. All right, let me just share this real quick. You see, everything is in the word. I showed y'all what black means already. Black means pale. Okay? Black means pale. Now look at caucus. So if we know black means pale, you think the Black Caucus don't know that nobody's black? But that stands for pale. Okay? Let me put y'all onto game. Let this thing populate here for a second. Hold up, it's taking its time, but it's gonna get there. Hold on for a second. Here we go. The etymology of caucus and the etymology of a word is the meaning, the original meaning of the word, the foundation of a certain time when it was created and used, or used and created, either way. Okay, but created and used, because it had to be created first. All right, now caucus, private meeting of leaders or local voters. 1773, family. Now, like I told y'all before, I'm a wordsmith. I look at words, because in the beginning was the word. The word became flesh. So that became your reality, the words that you use. But let us look at caucus here for a second. In 1773, shouldn't we be slaves then, still coming from Africa by the millions? Well, how is that? Caucus means, and in American English, perhaps from what? An Algonquin word, caucasu, that means a counselor, an elder, and an advisor. In what? Dialect of what? Virginia. The dialect of Virginia. When they come to Virginia, who did they see? The black Indians. So how are you going to tell me the black caucus don't know who they are? But black means pale and caucus mean American Indian. Put two and two together. They are working together to keep the people down. Man, I keep telling y'all, I'm just dropping too much jewels for y'all. Man, listen, man. Man. Woo. Family, that's what it is. Black caucus, the pale and Algonquin Indians. That's it. You think they don't know who they are? But it's business. It's commerce to keep people lost. So you think they are there representing you. In fact, you know what? Actually, they are representing you. They are presenting you as something else. Don't forget, at one point, we were all aliens to the United States. Okay? Just keep that in mind. We were all aliens to the United States. Do you know when they made all the Indians American citizens? In 1924 in the Indian Citizen Act. Okay? Because the United States is a corporation that was created on our land, all right, with a foreign jurisdiction. That's why you need a passport. That's why you need an ID to travel, to go on their planes. Okay? Just so y'all know, because every time, even from state to state, every time you go from one state to the next, you're going into another country. Not a state, a country. Okay? The governor is the leader of that country. Yep. Why? Again, look at the word passport. Passport. All right? It's a port, and you need a pass to go through that port. We didn't have these things. Why aren't we coming together and have our own Aboriginal airlines? Huh? Come on, man. Why aren't we doing that? Why don't we have our own Aboriginal, American Aboriginal insurance companies for our cars? Huh? All that comes through organization, but we refuse to organize. You feel what I'm saying? Too many chiefs, not enough Indians. Everybody want to be a chief, but they don't want to do the work a chief is doing. They just want the title. It doesn't work that way. You feel me? If we are the Aborigines of this land, how come we don't have our own Supreme Court, our Aboriginal Supreme Court? Why we don't have our own Aboriginal police or provost marshals? Why is that? Huh? That would have the highest authority on this land. You feel me? So, like I said, man, I'm only one man, and I could only do so much. And I do a lot. Okay? It's not easy putting that information together. It's not easy staying up almost 24 hours to read a book that's almost 600 and something pages just to get one or two paragraphs to highlight that to you, to bring to you. But I do it. You see what I'm saying? Now we live in a different world, family. We live in a different world. You see what I'm saying? We live in a digital age. Me personally, I ain't trying to go back into the jungle. I'm just keeping it real. You feel me? That we don't live in that time no more. You know what I'm saying? Like if we want to go back to the to the soil and do some libation honor the ancestors and walk on the ground bare feet. We could do that. But you know what I'm saying? But nah, we live in a new age. We are supposed to be ascending. You feel me? We are supposed to be ascending. And that's what ascension is about. So don't say it's their system. It's not their system. When all the foreigners or immigrants came here, we were living life beautifully. Okay? And that's a fact. Don't forget, America is the firstborn. So everything on earth came from us. Whether they want to admit it or not, I have shown the proof scientifically. I have shown the proof through historical books. I have shown it. Genealogists, okay? Archaeologists, reports. I have shown all of that to prove that America was the firstborn. You feel me? But go look at all the inventions and see where most of the inventions came from. Of course, they will say African American, but they will never tell you, oh no, it's the original, is they are the Aborigines. They will not tell you that. Go see who gave the world music. Every genre that you could think of. Go see where it came from. Go. I dare you. I dare you. Okay? Go see where the biggest and oldest pyramids are at. And I'm going to do a lesson on that as well and show you the difference between our pyramids and the pyramids in this new Egypt that they created, okay, on the other continent. You feel me? Because the pyramids we had, they were built for spiritual purposes, okay? They were built for spiritual purposes and also for energy. The other pyramids that they built when they traveled outside of the Americas, they built those pyramids in haste. Why? Because when they left, they were at war in the Americas, all right? And they got driven off and they left and they went into other lands and built what they knew. But they had to build it in haste. So those pyramids were never the same. You feel me? Well, the truth of the matter is, I'm not here to talk to everybody. I'm just here to talk to those who are ready. That's it. Why shouldn't I talk about Africans? They are our cousins. And I'm not a native. I'm an Aborigine. Natives are not from here. Okay, natives came here. All native means is to be born. I talk about everybody. I talk about the original Britons. I talk about the original Asians. Why not talk about Africans? I ain't got nothing against Africans. They are our cousins. Let me see if I could find something real quick. I want to show y'all something. I wonder if I have it here. Let me see. I'll have to do that in another lesson where it's a book that I read. Okay. I think it's Manners and Customs of the North American Indian. Okay. And they're doing a comparison between the American Aborigines and the Africans. Now it's quite interesting. Like every time, okay, they have to compare us. They always compare us to, why are there always a comparison to us and Africans? I'll tell you why. Because there always have to be a comparison, because when the colonizers first came here, they saw people of so-called Negroid features and Negroes. You see what I'm saying? That's why it was easy to put everybody in a pot and call them black. They could not put natives in a pot. They couldn't do that. So they had to wipe us out completely, a clean slate, and put those people in our places. I'm talking about $5 Indians. Okay? $5 Indians. They used the Dawes Rolls. Okay, they used the 1790 census. All that was a part of paper genocide. You see what I'm saying? That was a part of paper genocide. Walter Ashby Plecker, one of the main culprits in eugenics in Virginia, one of the first colonies, if not the first colonies in the United States. The first company. And one of the sayings was this: kill the Indian but save the man. Okay? Kill the Indian but save the man. All these things are well documented. They're well documented. So, what had to happen? Okay, in the late 1800s, don't let these natives fool you. They haven't been here for no 10, 15, 20,000 years. Came from Siberia, the Bering Strait, and all that. That's a lie. Anybody who came from Asia that came here, they were so-called black and tawny. Okay? I'm telling y'all, Benjamin Franklin said it. So they didn't come into power until everything was done simultaneously. It was well planned. You feel me? Put them in place behind the scenes. Infiltrate the Indians. Then we say, okay, this is what we're going to do. We have to separate them. We got the savages, we got the wild ones, and we got the ones that's converted. So what we're going to do is this. The ones that's converted, we are going to create civilized tribes because we could civilize them. Okay, in other words, we could turn them into Christians. Okay? Those are the 5 civilized tribes. But there were thousands of other tribes who did not want to be part of the 5 civilized tribes. So, when the 5 civilized tribes started coming together and started being created, they had a lot of the Aborigines, but they started introducing the pale natives. Okay? A lot of them came in as $5 Indians. You dig? A lot of them came in because they created the Dawes Rolls. A lot of them came in because there was the first census in 1790. All of that stuff was done on paper. Paper genocide. Make us extinct on paper. As a matter of fact, like I told y'all before, Cherokee wasn't in existence. It was Anion-Wea. But you don't hear a lot about that. You feel me? So Cherokee is not a blood people to the soil. Cherokee is an organization, a governmental organization that was created. And y'all heard the conversation I had with the Cherokee Nation. Anion-Wea, the principal people, the first people, Cherokee, the fire people, burned out the Anion-Wea people. Okay? Just so y'all know. That Cherokee language was a language that was created. It was created in the 1800s. So Cherokee is not a bloodline autonomous tribe, a Tacton tribe. No, it is a governmental body. It is an organization that's called Cherokee. And they had to ratify the treaties with the Anion-Wea, okay, and made new treaties as the Cherokee Nation and start getting rid of all the so-called black Indians. Okay? And that's what happened. I'm not here to dispute and argue with anybody. Again, there's a difference between a native and an American Indian. Okay, the people that they met here in 1492, they were not called natives. They were called American Indians. That term native came a whole lot later. Okay? A whole lot later. So a lot of people that are calling themselves natives, they cannot call themselves American Indians. That's why Barack Obama had to change it to native. Okay? Because politically, it is not correct. It is not correct. You will never see a pale Aborigine. It's impossible. And this is not about hate. I'm just telling you the truth. So I'm tired of seeing people, hearing people saying that they are us when you are not. Okay? Or at least if you're saying you are this, speak the truth and say where it came from. Like I had to force it out of that gentleman from the Cherokee Nation. Well, you know, my grandmother, if she took a hot comb and she permed her hair, she would look like a black woman from Tulsa, Oklahoma. Hold up. I know pale people. I don't care how much you perm their hair. They will never look so-called black. But I had to force him to speak that truth. Let them tell the truth that they became Indians because of us. And none of them want to stand up and speak the truth. I had a conversation with a lady. I'm not going to share it because that's not what it's about. I'm not here to expose anybody like that. You see what I'm saying? But she came into my inbox, right? And somebody was posting something and said something about pale people. And I tell people, you know what? We could speak our truth, but we don't have to belittle anybody. We don't have to do what the natives are doing to us. Let's just speak our truth. Let's just speak the facts. You feel what I'm saying? So when she came into the inbox and she told me she was Cherokee or whatever she was, I was like, well, what's your point of origin? You see what I'm saying? Because a lot of people are claiming to be natives, but their point of origin is not in the Americas. You see, that's the question that you have to ask. Well, what's your point of origin? Acted a little bit confused, like don't know what I'm talking about, but I knew she knew what I was talking about. So I kept pressing. And I'm very, very, how would I put it? When I engage, you see what I'm saying? I know how to pull information out of people because I don't attack. I give you a chance to speak. And when you allow people to speak, they will tell you the truth. Because the truth is dying to come out. Only the truth will set us free. You feel me? So all of a sudden, what's your point of origin? Well, that's such and such a state. I say no. That's where you were born but your family. What's their origin? All of a sudden, I start hearing German, Irish, this and that and that and that. I was like, there you go. She said her great-grandfather was a chief. I said, well, if he was a chief, how did he become a chief? Where is he from? She said, I don't know. You said, there you go. Because they don't know. They are going based on what they were told. And they were not told the truth, that you became an Indian because of these Negroes, their terror. You feel me? That's how you became an Indian. Because of the Negroes, their terror. We came and mixed with them. We were set up, okay, as, how would I put it? We were put in their place, so to speak. Tell the truth. Once again, Glender, I respect you. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not taking away from what you say you are. But what I'm saying is this. When you say Indian blood, what do you mean? Who's the Indian? You see what I'm saying? And that's what I want people to come speak the truth. Speak the truth of how you became an Indian. Don't tell me you became an Indian or you're an Indian because you have always been here. You see what I'm saying? Speak the truth. Which one of your great-grandfathers, had children with this so-called Black American Indian? Or which one of your mothers? It was more so father to mother, okay? It was more so an immigrant to American woman, Aboriginal woman, because they knew that the things were handed down through the mother. You see what I'm saying? Because the further back you go in their genealogy, the darker their ancestors get. And that's what they're not telling you. You see what I'm saying? Those are the pictures that they're hiding. So now, it had to be promoted in the media. So they start giving you the cowboy movies, the cowboy and Indians, okay? And all of a sudden, you're seeing all these pale Indians. They're Europeans, but they're playing Indians. It's the same thing with the natives. They are Europeans playing Indians. Yes, they have a little bit of Indian blood in them because they mixed with us. You see what I'm saying? Well, your great-grandfather could have been full-blooded Indian. If he was, then he was a so-called black man. There's no way he could have been a full-blooded Indian if he was pale. You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm trying to let y'all understand. So he couldn't have been full-blooded if he wasn't a Negro or of Negroid features. Because that's who the real Indian is. So they gave the cowboy movies, okay? When they paint that picture in your head, you see what I'm saying? When they paint that picture in your head, that's what has to happen. And then we getting all the, every time you see a so-called black person in the movie, they're a slave or they're a servant. It wasn't slave at first. It was servants, okay? Because they tell you some of the truth. You feel me? So they're servants. And then they have to bring the roots. But how many people know that Alex Haley got sued for plagiarism? And then you have the Amistards. And then you have the 12 years of slavery. You feel me? All right, Glenda, you're on here trying to be combative. I'm not here to attack you, okay? I'm not telling you don't love who you are, okay? I'm just saying I want people to speak the truth. I'm not here to attack you. You send me a friend request, I accepted it, all right? But I'm not going to stand anybody, okay, who are not going to tell the truth of what it is. I'm not telling you that you don't have any type of Indian blood in you. The question is, where did it come from? It came from us. What you mean, what does slavery got to do with it? Because every time a native talk, a native is telling us that we are slaves and we came from Africa. That's what these natives do. You know, you should probably go listen to my conversation with the Cherokee Nation. Maybe it might put some things in perspective for you, okay? And see what your native people are doing to my people, the Aborigines of this land. You see what I'm saying? But I had to choke him in his conversation because I always know how to bring it out. And I even went to one of the museums, okay? I even went to one of the museums, family, and guess what? They have all the pictures on the wall and the this and the that. All right. And they have all these pale Indians. And I'm like, hold up. So I got into a conversation, all right, with the security or the person that was working. No, it was a woman that was working at the desk. All right. And I literally, I'm so smooth with it. She didn't even realize she was telling me the truth. So I was like, so I'm assuming you don't know where these people came from, right? Because they're not the original people. You know what she did? She admitted to me, she said, no, I really don't know where these people came from. But that's what they tell us. Family, she told me that right in the museum. And in another one, I had an interview with another gentleman, okay? Admitted that his people came from immigrants, but now they're Indians. It never fails. It never fails. I always get them to speak the truth. But don't worry about it. It's all going to come to light because I'm going to keep pressing. I'm going to keep pushing. Trust me. From every let me tell you something. The last breath in my body, I'm gonna bring back my ancestors' legacy. Period. You feel me? Man, I don't even know where that Cherokee vid is. I did a video on that. I did a video on that. When was that? A few months ago, but I even put it on what you call it, on Facebook as well. But family, let me tell y'all something, okay? That conversation was amazing. It was amazing, like real talk, okay? It was amazing, okay? Because it was just a thing where dude was trying to play me. Let me see if I could find it, and just hold on for 1 second. Because like I said, we ain't going nowhere. All right, so let me see if I can find it. Give me 1 second. Boom. Let me just go here real quick. Nope. That's not what I want. I mean, it's like, for some reason, every time I'm dropping some knowledge, man, it's like, let me see. Boom, my channel. Let me see if I could find that. Hold on for 1 second. And let me see if I could find that. Let me see if I can find it. Well, no, I got to go to my videos. Hold on for a second. I go to my videos. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm going to see if I could find it. And just let you hear a little part of it. Okay? Because a lot of people heard it already. You know what I'm saying? So there's no need for me to like play the whole thing. All right? Let me see if that will come up. I mean, I wish I had it right here. Let me see, because like I said, man, I'm just tired of these lies, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, for real, man. I'm just tired of the lies. Okay, let me see. Let me see. I'm trying to see if I could find this. Give me 1 second. Let me see the doctrine of discovery. No, that's not that. Reclaiming our heritage. Let me see. Hold on for 1 second, family. I'm not gonna take too long to look for that, because like I said, I have a lot of videos, and to look for that right now, that would be kind of like, let me see, American firstborn. Alrighty. Let's talk history. Let me see something. Let me see my conversation. Let me see. Let me see something. Yeah, fam, I don't this is gonna be a little tough to find, so I'm not I doubt I could find that right now, honestly. I doubt I could find it. So maybe another time, I'll see if I could find that. But like I said, it's just too many videos right now. So it's gonna be a problem to look for that. Okay. But I did a video not too long ago going through that entire because I did that a few years ago. Hold on for 1 second. Let me scroll down a little bit. Let me just scroll down. Let me see. A month ago. Let me scroll all the way down. 3 months ago. And once again, family, please, I mean, for anybody that's on here, please do not take this as me hating on anybody. It gets frustrating when you know the truth, and then it's like whenever you speak it, people get offended, and people think that you're hating on other people. I'm not doing that. All right. My goal is not to hate anybody, but just for my ancestors' truth to be told. And that's just exactly what it is. You know what I mean? Because we are being treated as third class citizens in our land. We got people sitting in our place, and that just don't sit right with me. All right. And it's never going to sit right with me. All right. And my ancestors want me to do something about it, and I'm doing something about it. Okay. I mean, it's really that simple. So if anybody want to take offense to it, that's on you. But I'm gonna continue to speak the truth. All right. And I'm not gonna apologize for that. Okay. It's really, I mean, I'm serious about that. You see. Okay, I'm looking at a couple of videos right here. Give me a second. All right. Give me 1 second. Let me see. Man, I got a lot of videos. Okay. A lot of videos on YouTube, huh? I'm glad they're still up, because that would be a lot of information if YouTube were to go down. Just being lost. Alrighty then. Okay. Streamed a year ago. And whoa. Okay. I wish somebody could help me out, man, and help me search. All right, guys, I went as far back as I can, and I'm not seeing that video. I know it's there, but yep. I mean, I remember when I went to that mound. Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm not seeing that. Okay. But it's there. So you guys gonna have to look for it yourself. Yeah. Because I just went literally a whole year back looking for that, and I'm not seeing it. So let me just get off this live here. I also have the one when I was interviewing one of the gentlemen in the museum, and I had him spilling the beans. It's just funny how it always happens. It's funny how it always happens. And that's crazy. And I also had it on my Facebook page, but I don't know. Yeah, guys, definitely ain't seeing that. Like for real, for real, for real. I ain't seeing that. Let me see. Live my build. Okay, that was the powwow. Okay, that was at the powwow. I thought I just saw it, but nah. Okay. And I tell people like this, right? It's okay. Anybody who want to challenge anything that I'm saying, just please do. Challenge it and give me the facts. I'm always willing to learn. I don't know everything, but I know what I know. I know what I know. And I don't just drop things just because I want to talk. I have done enough research, and I show proof of what I talk about. You feel me? I show proof of what I talk about. And that's when I went to the Chickasaw Heritage Park. All right, that was streamed 2 years ago. Man, keep telling y'all, I've been on this grind for a minute. All right, been on this mission for a minute. All right, a deeper look. All right, I think we might be getting closer to that. Hold on for 1 second. All right, let me see. A deeper look. Okay, well, I did that. Hold on here. Cursor tail. Boom. Man, and I was in the mood to listen to that too, man. A little bit of that. I was in the mood to listen to that, but guys, I can't find it. I know I can't find it. I can't find this, man. This is alrighty. Well, too bad that I can't find it. That would have been cool. You know what I'm gonna do? Let me see if I could find it on this disc real quick before I get out of here. I'm gonna give it one more shot on this drive. Let me see if I could find it on this drive real quick. Hold on for 1 second. And I know I always have that somewhere because that's a good video. A good one indeed. I hope everybody's doing good, man. I hope everybody's doing good. I'm just so determined, to bring this information to everybody. I'm determined, That's just what it is. I am determined. Let me see if I go to videos. I wish somebody could have helped me out and found it for me, but it's nowhere to be found. Desktop. And I really appreciate you guys, man. It's 1 something on a Saturday. Well, yeah, it's actually Saturday. We could have been anywhere, but you know what? We vibing, we building. You did. And that's what this is about. Let me see. Okay, it's not here. All right, native move. Dot move. It's not here. All right, family. I can't find that. I really can't. I apologize about that. And the funny thing is, I did it on Facebook, but I can't find it. Can't find it. I went back 2 years looking at, to see if I find it on videos, but it ain't. It's not showing up. Arise, your money, your sport, effective, my trailer. Ancestor. Okay, that was 2 years ago. Okay. So basically right now, the next move is, like I said, we have enough information. Okay, I found it, family. Woo, man. Let me go ahead and tap that a little bit. It's not a long video, so let us go ahead and tap on that. That was 2 years ago. 2 years ago. All right, boom. All righty. This is what we're gonna do, right? We're gonna play a little bit of it, a little bit of that, so y'all can hear it again. Found it, got it. You know what? Let me see.
Today we're going to share how we cook my mom's veggie lumpia, and here are the
hold on for a second, guys. I'm queuing it up.
Chopped cabbage, chopped onions, mixed.
It's being played. All right. You will hear the semantics and the game that's being played. So today the spirit
All righty, boom. Let's get into this, man. Let's get into this. I'm gonna play this for y'all. A little bit of that. All right. Seek and ye shall find. You're absolutely correct. All right. Boom. Let's play a little bit of that. And y'all listen. I'm not gonna interrupt. Just listen to a couple of things. I might just go over it a little bit, but let's do this. All right. Oh no, they're gonna be held accountable. That's why you see, like I tell people, all this we are doing right here, I don't just do things just because. There's always a purpose. Okay, and the purpose is to give enough information and proof to everybody. They could go to one site, okay, and just see the information there for themselves. That's why I take my time. I read the video, I read books, I read documents, I do the extensive research. I'm talking about things I'm pulling out right now. I'm talking about over 10, 15 years, 20 years of some of this information. All right. So what we have to do now is come together, organize, and now we could bring our claims. You see what I'm saying? Trust me, family. We're gonna be all right. Just believe that. Okay? Just believe that. All right, boom. Let me go ahead and share this. Share my screen. Let's do this. Gotti. Boom, here we go. I want to big up to Keisha and her mom, man. Miss Pam, that's, my family right there, always got my back, man. I love y'all for real. All right. So this is the video right here. Let's get into this. Boom. We got, like I said, we doing this. Okay. I'm going to pause, play back a little bit, do a little bit of narrating. You know what I mean? We got this. Let's go.
Of the Cherokee Nation chief in Oklahoma. He has 132 Indian blood in him, but yet still he gets to be the chief. So today the Spirit led me to call a people that's part of our nation.
All right, let me make sure it populates on because there's a slight delay. Hold on for a second. All right, there we go.
All right, so I was like, okay, well, you know what? Give me the information. I'm gonna call, because as you guys know, I had already done a video questioning, okay, the validity of the Cherokee Nation chief in Oklahoma. He has 132 Indian blood in him, but yet still he gets to be the chief. So today the Spirit led me to call the Cherokee Nation, and the conversation that follows is exactly what took place. All right, now, whether they knew I was recording or not, I made it very clear from the beginning that it was on the record. Okay, so I do want them to hear that conversation, because you see, family, when you listen to this conversation very well, you will hear the semantics and the games that's being played. All right, you will hear the semantics and the game that's being played. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to let you listen to it, because I don't want to give it away. Listen to. And I'm not talking about just listen. I want you to hear the conversation, because there's a difference between listening and hearing. You see, listening is physical, okay, but hearing is spiritual. So I want you to hear the conversation, hear it, let it resonate with your spirit and your soul, okay? And then you'll peep the game, all right? So the conversation that follows is exactly what transpired or what took place, okay? Once the video is done, then I will give my conclusion. All right? Peace.
Thank you for calling Cherokee Nation. If you know your party's extension, please enter it now. If you would like to dial by name, press the pound key. If you wish to speak to our receptionist during normal business hours, press 0 now or continue to wait while I transfer your call. Please hold for the next available operator. Lado. Cherokee Nation, can I help you?
Yes, good day. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing absolutely beautiful. It's a beautiful day. Just have a couple of questions, to put on my records, or in my record rather. I know you guys a Cherokee Nation located in Oklahoma, correct?
Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Okay, and what is the name of your chief?
Bill John Baker.
Bill John Baker. Okay, beautiful. Okay, so I'm also Cherokee as well. So a quick question. Do you guys have any Cherokee members that are that are of the, the dark skin, dark browns, the so-called black, so-called African American members?
Okay, I'm not sure that we're transferred to registration, okay?
Say that again?
I'm going to transfer you registration.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Cherokee Nation registration may help you.
Yes, good day. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing fine, thank you. They just actually transferred me to you. I have a couple of questions there. Just some, questions, for my record. I'm also Cherokee, but I wanted to ask, do you guys have any, dark-skinned, so-called black, so-called African American members?
Well, I mean, we have the freedmen. Is that what you're talking about?
No, I'm just talking about because a lot of so-called black people, we are Cherokee, so I just wanted to know.
Mixed blood? Is that what you're talking about?
Say that again?
Mixed blood? Is that what you're talking
No,
about?
not mixed blood. I'm Cherokee. I'm not mixed with anything. I'm just asking, do you have any members that's so-called black?
I don't understand your question, I guess.
Okay. Do you know what? Okay, so you have an idea of what they call black people right here in the United States, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so do you have any members that are so-called black, but they're Cherokee?
Well, I still don't understand. I mean, you can't be black and you can't be, you got to be full blood.
I can't hear you. Say that again.
I don't understand I'm still not really understanding your question.
Oh no, she understand my question. Is the way I'm posing the question, okay, it's making it hard for her to answer the question. The first thing she said was freedman. Don't let that word freedman fool you. Okay? Freedmen fool you. Those were American Aborigines that were never enslaved. Okay? And then they're talking about mix. We are not talking about mix. They would be mixed. Okay? They are mixed with us. And some of the so-called black people that came from Europe, Africa, okay, and different parts of other continents that came here, as well as indentured servants. They were mixed as well. But you see how she know what I'm talking about. But listen.
Okay, so all right, so how do I qualify to be a member of the Cherokee Nation?
You're saying you're Cherokee, but
Yeah.
you're black.
Yeah. Well, I'm people consider me to be black, but I don't call myself black because I don't look black. Black is black. It's a color. I'm not a color. So
What do you mean?
I'm brown. I'm brown of copper tone. I'm not black.
Okay, but that doesn't. You still have to prove what your race or your ethnicity is by your. We will use what is called the Dawes roll.
Okay.
You see, she couldn't say blood. You see what I'm saying? She had to catch herself because she wanted to say blood, but she know they can't do it by blood, because if they do it by blood, then they will, trust me, the world will know the truth. So they had to do it from the Dawes rolls. Y'all pay attention.
And the Dawes roll was established by the federal government.
Mm-hmm.
And that was taken between 1899 and 1906 in what is now northeastern Oklahoma.
Okay.
And that was taken for the people who came over on the Trail of Tears.
Okay.
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 And they were able to sign that if they met the eligibility requirements back then.
Okay.
So if they were here and they met those eligibility requirements, they could sign up on there and get a roll number. Now, if we can trace a lineal ancestor back to the Dawes roll, then you would be eligible to apply with the Cherokee Nation.
Okay, and when was that?
Or one of the other 5 civilized tribes or whatever that might have come over on the Trail of Tears.
Oh, okay, I get that. So when was that Dawes rolls taken again? In
1899
1899.
1906.
Okay. So I could trace my family here in the Americas way before 1806, but
we don't need to go back that far. I said 1899 to 1906.
So what happened
We're talking about 7 years.
Okay, so what happened?
You hear that? She said, oh, we ain't got to go that far. We only talking about 1899 to 1906. So in other words, that was the takeover. Okay? We started taking over. We natives started taking over in 1889. You see, y'all got to listen and pay attention. Pay attention. These people wasn't considered no American Indians in the 1700s. We were the ones fighting the wars and the battles. You see what I'm saying? Just so y'all know. But they were put in place. They were organizing behind the scenes. So in 1889 to make it official from the Trail of Tears. You see what I'm saying? Pay attention.
Looking at a 7-year time window.
So what I'm asking is, what happened to those of us who?
Now check this again. Let's go back. Like I said, we see when Chief Kalanago listens, he hears, and he listens and hear from a different level. Hear what she said. 1899 to 1906. That's 7 years. The contracts of servantry was 7 years. You see what I'm saying? So after they got off their contracts, they were put in place. Listen, pay attention. 7 years. Remember I told y'all 7 is a very, very powerful number? All right, then.
So what happened
We're
to?
talking about 7 years.
Okay, so what happened?
We're looking at a 7-year time window.
So what I'm asking is, what happened to those of us who didn't get, partake in the Dawes Rose period?
Okay, then you would not be eligible.
You wouldn't be eligible, even if I'm American Indian.
Right. You had to sign up. Your ancestor would have had to sign up on the Dawes Roll.
You hear that? Even if I'm American Indian, it doesn't matter. Your ancestor would have had to sign up on the Dawes Roll to be considered an American Indian in the United States. Now, do y'all get what's going on? And I could go over this video every single time and hear something different and break it down. Come on, man.
Okay. And you said, so you're okay. So your chief is, I think 132 Cherokee, right? Correct. So, well, that's what it says, because I've done some research, because I've been trying to connect back to my roots, right?
Okay.
So if your chief is 132 Indian, then what is the other 32? Because if he's only 1%.
We don't have a blood quantum cutoff. We don't have a blood quantum.
You hear that? They don't have a blood quantum, family. Because why? It is not about the blood. It doesn't matter how much Aborigine blood we have. It's not about the blood. The bottom line is, in 1899, the United States came together with these people and said, listen, there is a void that have to be filled. Okay, we have been changing these Negroes, changing their identity from Aborigines to American Indian, to colored, to black, to all type of stuff. But the Indians have to be somewhere. Who are we going to make the Indians? Can we make a deal? Can we ratify the treaties that we did with these Aborigines, the original Indians? Sure thing. What's in it for us? Well, you get some land. Oh, you get a paycheck every month. You get certain tax breaks. You get certain casinos, but we still got to run it. You got to pay us. This is a business. Family, this is exactly what happened, family. You see what I'm saying? That's exactly what happened. That deal was supposed to be with us. Not that I'm saying that having casinos would have been enough for what was done to our ancestors, but for crying out loud, at least we would have been getting paid. And I'm not saying that would suffice. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying we got wiped out of the deal completely and put in the ghetto reservations. That's why I tell people the ghetto is also Indian reservations. It's just ghetto and urban reservations, because all of this was Indian land. American Indian land. So all these Negroes that's in the ghetto, in the hood, they are American Indians. Let us listen a little more.
It all goes back to if you can prove, if you had a family, a lineal ancestor that signed the Dawes roll. That's what we use.
Okay, so
you can prove that.
So essentially, even if I'm full-blooded Indian, because I'm a full-blood Indian, all right. So even if I'm full-blooded Indian, because I wasn't on the Dawes rolls, or my family wasn't on the Dawes rolls, that means I cannot be part of one of the 5 tribes, correct?
Well, if they use the Dawes roll,
no, we didn't.
Civilized tribes use the Dawes roll.
Okay.
Okay. Now other tribes use different things as far as their eligibility goes.
Okay.
But we happen to use the Dawes roll, yes.
Oh, wow. I mean, to me, that's a little bit, I mean, I know it's nothing that you could do about it, but it's a little bit unfortunate because, again, my ancestors have always been in the...
That's what happened in the history. That's what happened way back then, and there's nothing we can do about it now.
See, that's what happened way back in the history, his story. And there's nothing we could do about it now. Family, y'all got to listen and hear when people talk. Okay? Let us hear some more.
You know, that's what happened back then, and that's what, you know, they had the freedom to choose if they wanted to sign those rolls back then.
Oh, well, they had the freedom to choose. So let me guess, right? You came and enslaved our people. They were here, made them indentured servants, made deal with them as sharecroppers, and then you went back on the deal and enslaved them. And now they are poor. Not everybody all over the Americas could come and go to Oklahoma to sign the Dawes rolls. Well, they had a choice. Come on, man. They had a choice, right? Like everybody would leave their children, okay, afraid to go down into the South because of what's happening to sign the Dawes rolls because they want to still be Indians. Come on, man. You feel me? Come on, family. Listen, man. Listen.
Some people did and some people did not, but they weren't forced to sign them. They could choose to go on their way and not be a part of the Cherokee Nation, and they could do what, you know, live and be where they wanted to be.
Okay.
You know?
All right. That's true. I get that from your perspective, but and again, I just need clarification. So I really appreciate the fact that you're taking the time to share some of that information to me. So my next question is, are you aware or do you know that the Aboriginal people of all the Americas were dark-skinned people?
Can I transfer you to someone else that knows a lot more about this than I do?
Okay, yeah, okay.
I just answer the phone. Just a moment.
All right, thank you. All right.
Registration, Miss Davis, how can I help you?
Yes, good afternoon. How you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you.
All right, cool. So you're the third person I've been transferred to. So I'm just trying to get, some clarification, for my, to put on the record. I'm Cherokee by blood pedigree. And I was asking, how do you become a part of the Cherokee Nation? So is there any way you could give me some information on that?
Sure. The process for enrollment with the Cherokee Nation requires an ancestor on the Dawes Commission roll, and that roll was made in 1902 in Indian Territory, now Oklahoma.
Okay.
And if you don't have an ancestor on that roll, regardless of how much Indian blood you may have, you are not eligible to enroll.
Now, she said 1889, but I think it was 1902, because remember when I told y'all these people really didn't get into the groove of things until the late 1800s, which is about the same area. So she was like 3 years off, but I think it was really 1902. Okay.
Okay. So, all right. So
there's a little ad coming up.
What's up, guys? So after months of writing and hard work, my book is finally out.
Yeah, we'll skip all this.
It's available on Amazon. But those of you who watch my videos, this book is completely free to download.
So I mean, what you just told me is straightforward. I guess my next question, it kind of makes it a little bit clearer, because my family they didn't participate in the Dawes rolls. However, we have been in America from time immemorial. We've always been here. So that means I wouldn't be able to even submit an application and be accepted, correct? Because it's not done through blood. It's done through, so it's done through an organization and not through blood, correct?
That's correct.
You hear that? Let's listen to that again. It is done through an organization and not through blood. I love breaking this video down, man. I'm telling y'all, listen to this again.
To even submit an application and be accepted, correct? Because it's not done through blood. It's done through, so it's done through an organization and not through blood, correct?
That's correct. Yeah, our tribe is, and we have a constitution that we adopted in 1976 and then amended in 2003.
Okay, a constitution adopted in 1976. Where did you adopt it from? And whom did you adopt it from? Things that make you go,
And in that constitution, the Cherokee people who were organized at that time chose the Dawes Roll as the sole source of proof for our organization.
So the Cherokee people at that time, they chose that. They decide, you know what? We're not going to be Cherokee by blood. We are only going to be Cherokee by organization. Okay? With a constitution we adopted in 1970 something. Very interesting.
Oh, okay. So with that being said, is it safe to say that even if someone wasn't, an Indian by blood, okay, meaning that their ancestors have always been in the America, as long as they were able to get on that Dawes Rolls, they are still considered Indian?
Well, they're considered a citizen.
Or they considered a citizen?
Right. The relationship between the United States and the Cherokee Nation is not based on blood. It's based on treaties.
It's not based on blood. It's based on treaties. Just like the treaty the United States had with Portugal, just like, well, not the United States, just like the treaty Portugal had with, with the Dutch or the French. Let's go into this wild savages land and let us take what we want and we'll create treaties and we'll say this is ours and this is yours. Well, it's the same thing that happened with the Cherokee Nation, my brothers and sisters. Okay, they are just colonizers, just like everybody else who came here and signed treaties with the United States to replace the American Aborigines. You feel me?
So if someone's ancestors were members of the tribe at one time, but for whatever reasons they may have chosen to leave the tribe or forced out of the tribe or abandon the tribe.
You hear that? So if someone was part of the tribe, but they abandoned the tribe or they were forced to leave, or just, I wonder, why would they abandon the tribe? Or why would they be forced to leave? Why is that? Okay, so because you walk away from that tribe, does it change the fact that you are American Indian? Maybe there was something that was going on you didn't want to be a part of, because a lot of our ancestors did not want to be part of that civilized movement because that was selling out.
There's lots of scenarios. The tribe itself would have continued on. And so the relationship between the United States and the Cherokee people is carried out through our government. And so we do have people in our tribe who are not Indians. We just got through with an extremely contentious legal battle with the descendants of our slaves.
He said the descendants of our slaves. I know exactly what he's talking about. The descendants of our slaves. Bruh, they're not no damn descendants of no slaves. Y'all came, took this spot, joined the United States, and enslaved our ancestors by taking our land, making them indentured servants, and forcing them to work against their free will. They were not your slaves. Okay? Let's get that straight for the record.
And so they won a federal lawsuit and are now enrolling as members of the tribe.
So why would they win a federal lawsuit and, you know, become now members of the tribe? No, it's because they owe them that. Okay? Not because they were descendants of slaves and they were your slaves. No, you took their place and they know that.
No, some of them have Indian blood, some of them don't. We don't care one way or the other.
Okay.
What we care about is, are there ancestors on the roll that the core population shows in 1976?
Okay.
And that they are.
Okay.
And, you know, we have people on our roll that are on there by fraud. We have, I found probably, I'd say about 5 or 6 families that their ancestors either bribed officials or, you know, whatever the process was.
No, they didn't bribe officials. They were paid $5 to become Indians. It's not just 5 families. It's a whole lot more. Okay, it's a whole lot more. And they were literally selling our land for $20-something, $1 an acre. Okay? Because the whole goal was to displace the Aborigines by any means necessary. Okay?
Okay. But they got on the roll.
Okay.
And then stayed on the roll for all these years. And so by virtue of our choice to make the Dawes roll the sole source, they're in.
Okay.
One of those descendants is sitting right now on our tribal court.
Oh, okay, okay. All right.
Every time I see him, but
yeah, I feel you.
It is what it is.
Yeah, yeah. So my next question would be, I'm actually, if someone were to see me in the streets without my, you know, my indigenous attire, because, you know, I wear my feathers and my, you know, my regalia, you know, every single day. Now, if I were to walk in the streets without that, somebody would assume I'm black because of my complexion. So you know where I'm going with this. Do you have any people who fit that description that's actually part of your nation?
Yes. Yeah, we have, as I mentioned, you know, the descendants of our slaves. They are now members of the tribe.
Oh, and they're descendants of slaves.
Right, they are descendants of slaves. Now, some of them do have Indian blood because the slave masters, you know, creeping in the slave house and producing children.
Right.
Oh, so, well, some of them have some Indian blood because the slave masters creeping in the. That's how y'all became Indians, because y'all mixed with us. You see, they trick us into thinking we are Indians because of them. It's called trading places. Eddie Murphy's movie, family. Okay. But let's listen some more.
But those children were not recognized by any legal marriage.
Okay.
And so their descendants are not enrolled as Indians. They are enrolled as freedmen.
Oh, okay, okay. Okay, and that's perfect. Great information, which brings me to my next question. Because I've done a little research. Again, you know, I'm connecting back to my tribe, and I'm a full-blooded Indian by blood, right? What that means is, are you aware that in the Americas, all over the Americas, I mean, we know that the United States was established on the American continent in 1776, correct?
Well, yes.
Okay. So before 1776, there was no such thing as the United States. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay, beautiful. So before that, even before the 13 colonies and all that, even before the so-called transatlantic slave trade, are you aware that all the people on the American continent were dark-skinned?
Well, I know where you're going with that. And, you know, that's the Afrocentrism argument, and we don't subscribe to that.
Well, it's not a matter of subscription. It's a matter of, you know, do you know that it's a fact that the Aborigines of this land were dark-skinned? So therefore, if all the Aborigines of this land, and it's scientifically proven that they were dark-skinned, how is that other people get to claim to be Indians and then we can't because we didn't take part in the Dawes Rolls?
Well, the Dawes Roll was selected by the Cherokee people, who were the people who owned the Cherokee Nation.
Oh, you hear that? He didn't say that it was created by the people of the land. He said it was owned by the people who owned the Cherokee Nation. You see what I'm saying? Family, you see, we got to listen. It was an organization that was owned, created, and owned through treaties. You see what I'm saying? So it was the Dawes was created by the people who owned the Cherokee Nation. Listen.
We are the Cherokee Nation. And
Okay, so
we
is the same thing. So all right. So what is the original name for Cherokee?
You mean in our language?
It was Anionwea, right?
Well, that's the word for principal people.
Yeah, the principal people. So
you hear that? Now listen to that very carefully. So he's literally going to admit that there's a distinction between Anionwea and Cherokee. Okay, listen.
You mean in our language?
It was Anionwea, right?
Well, that's the word for principal people.
Yeah, the principal people. So what I'm saying is Anionwea was changed to Cherokee. Is there a reason why you guys don't use Anionwea and now use Cherokee?
We do use that word among ourselves.
Oh, we use it among ourselves. Why? Why is it a secret? Why are you afraid to call yourself Anionwea? Because you know you are not the original Anionwea that was changed and put into place. Okay, Cherokee was put in its place. So you know what? We use it amongst ourselves. All right, buddy, I got you.
Okay. In our relationship with the United States, the United States knows us as Cherokee, and so that's what the treaties say. So we go by what the treaties say when we're in dealing with them. Oh, okay. So the United States pretty much decided to say, okay, you know what? We're not going to use Anionwea. Let's just create something new, and then we created Cherokee. In essence. Well, that word has also a Cherokee origin, but it's the word Cherokee is an anglicized version of the Cherokee word Ajilaki, which means people of fire. Right. And so, you know, we don't mind being called Cherokees. We've been called that for 500 years, so we don't have a problem with that. Okay. And before I conclude, I've done some research and I realized that no disrespect, and I'm here again just to get information. So I'm not going to disrespect your culture because I think everyone needs to be respected either way. So I'm going to respect that. However, I've done some research and I realized that your chief is John Bill something, right? Bill John Baker. Baker, yeah. So I realized, I found out that he has a 132 Cherokee. He's actually 332nd, but that's
he said, well, he's not 132nd, he's 332nd. Okay.
He's still pretty much a white man. Yeah, and
you heard what he said? He's pretty much a white man. Now, y'all listen to what this man is saying. He's pretty much a white man. Listen.
To Cherokee.
He's actually 332nd, but that's neither here nor there. He's still pretty much a white man. Yeah, and I did a lot of research and realized that I found out that he has a 132 Cherokee. He's actually 332nd, but that's neither here nor there. He's still pretty much a white man. Yeah, and I did a lot of research and realized that his ancestors is actually from Ireland and German and everything, but yet still he gets to be a Cherokee. And so how is that even possible? Well, it's possible because his ancestors were citizens of the Cherokee Nation.
There you go. There you go. Once you become a citizen of that corporation, Cherokee Nation, you get to be an Indian. Just like the United States is a corporation. Aren't people calling themselves United States citizens? Family, is the same thing that happened with the Cherokee Nation, okay? The United States did on a grander scale with the entire so-called 50 states or 48, whatever it is now, is the same thing they did, fractionalized, okay, divided up sections and say, hey, you will be this, you will be that. All we are going to do, all the so-called Negroes we met in the Americas, we're just going to call them black, tell them they're from Africa. They came here to the bottom of slave ships, packed like sardines, they will pour booty scratches, all type of stuff. You see what I'm saying? Come on, family. This dude is spilling the beans right there. This video alone, I'm telling you, shut down all the BS that these natives talk about. That alone I got to play. That. I don't need nothing else. Nothing else. Period.
Oh.
Citizenship does not divide.
Oh,
It is
okay.
passed 100% from parent to child.
Mhm.
And so his ancestors, who actually were Indians, I'm related to him.
You hear that? He was so-called a white man. His ancestors were Indians. I'm related to him. So what does that make you? Y'all gotta listen. So what does that make him? Let's listen again.
Distantly. But his ancestors were Cherokee Indians at the time of discovery. His ancestors were citizens of the Cherokee Nation.
Well, first of all, at the time of discovery, you know what I'm saying? Cherokee wasn't even around. There was no Cherokee in 1492, family. Okay? There was no Cherokee in 1492. I guarantee you that. All right, then.
At the time of the first making of the Treaty of 1783, and so they've been citizens of the Cherokee Nation ever since. So we don't base anything on blood quantum.
Oh, yeah,
we
okay,
base it on whether your ancestors were citizens of the nation.
Because the research that I did, it shows that he's not Cherokee he's not even an Indian by blood, period.
Well, he is.
Yeah, but
he is an Indian by blood.
But so if he is an Indian by blood, that's what I'm saying is then he's supposed to be a so-called dark man, because again, the dark-skinned people were the original Indians. So again, where did he get to be an Indian by blood?
Well, his ancestors intermarried with white people. That's,
but he looks Caucasian to me, though. That's what I'm saying. When you say white, do you mean that?
Today we're going to share how we cook my mom's veggie lumpia, and here are the 7 ingredients you'll need. Chopped cabbage, chopped onions, mixed veggies, mungo sprouts, 1 can chicken broth, vegetable oil.
That's white in the sense of
white European. White European.
All right, let's get that straight too. In 1492, we were not called Moors. Okay, we got to stop, spreading this false information. Okay, in 1492, we were called Indians, American Indians. Okay, just so y'all know, we got to stop spreading false information.
Yeah. Oh, because they're different so-called looking white people. So again, that kind of like it's kind of like a word play. You know what I mean? It's semantics. You know what I mean? Because again, he looks white, but he may not be white European or Anglo-Saxon, but he's a white man.
I would say so.
Exactly.
If I saw him walking down the street, I would say, there goes a white man.
There you go.
However, our tribe is not necessarily made up of just brown or dark-skinned people.
Okay.
The Cherokee Nation is made up of citizens.
Yeah, and I get that. I totally get that, and I respect that. So again, so I guess all the Aboriginals, because would you guys consider yourself Aborigines?
I would consider us to be Aboriginals, and our government is an Aboriginal government.
Oh, okay, so again, and once again, I mean, and it's not even Afrocentric, because do you believe that, first of all, do you believe that life originated in Africa?
Life or
life,
or
period. All humans, human life.
No.
You don't believe that.
All right, so there we go. He don't believe human life originated in Africa. But we believe that, right? Because that's what we were taught. But you see, people that know, they don't believe that because they know it's not true. But he don't believe that. But listen here for a second.
No, I do not.
Okay, it's great, perfect. So if life didn't originate in Africa, how is it assumed that all dark-skinned people are from Africa? I mean, when the sun shines all over the world and the equator actually runs between the continent of Africa and the Americas, and everybody in South America was dark-skinned. So how is it assumed that every dark-skinned person is African?
I don't assume that.
No, I'm not saying you, but I'm talking about in terms of, because you see, when I mentioned that all the dark-skinned people in the Americas were dark-skinned, you said that's Pan-Africanism. But again, we are agreeing that life didn't originate in Africa and all dark-skinned people are not African. So what happened to all the dark-skinned people that were actually on the American continent from time immemorial? Why is that because we didn't sign the Dawes Rules. I know you say it's a governmental thing. So what do we do from there? Do we petition so that that could be changed, or it is just something that's ironclad? You have to have been on the Dawes Rules, whether you are an Aborigine or not, because like I said, it's scientifically proven that all the dark-skinned people were actually in the Americas before any light-skinned, pale, anybody, and the first people on the planet, to be quite frank, were dark-skinned. So that means everybody came from the womb of the dark-skinned woman, and that's scientifically proven. Isn't that a fact?
Well, I'm not really sure where you're trying to go with that.
No,
I'm not going to agree or disagree with you.
No.
I just know that my ancestors, which are Cherokee Indians, have been on this continent for thousands of years. And my ancestors are not Africans. My ancestors are American Indians. And the people who are claiming that they are American Indians that are actually black, we don't buy into that. That's just not who we are.
I mean, I know that's not who you are, because once again, I mean, of course, I mean, if people come into a land and they met people there and they happen to settle in, because remember you said your ancestors came, right? So they've been here for thousands of years, but before they...
Which is not true, but I just gave him the benefit of the doubt. They haven't been here for thousands of years, okay? That's not true.
There were people here. So you see what I'm saying? You see where I'm going with this?
Well, I see what you're trying to say.
No, that's what I'm trying to say. I mean, I'm saying that I have the facts that, you know, the people who actually call themselves natives right now, they haven't been here for thousands of years. So, you know, and I know it's a he or say you think it is, but we have the scientific and we have the legal documents and historical documents to solidify and prove that fact. So, you know, I get that you're saying that, you know, to be part of the nation, it doesn't deal with blood quantum. It just strictly deals with citizenship. So again, anybody could just say, okay, you know what? Let us just form an organization and let us just deal with the United States, and we could be considered native. You know, but yet still, the people who will have been here again for millions of years, because my sister's not been here for, I mean, I'm talking about, man, I can't even go back and pinpoint a time when my ancestors were not. You know what I mean? So at some point,
because that's what you want to believe.
No, that's not what I want to believe. But you see, what I'm saying, so what I'm saying is this, right?
You've talked for about 20 minutes now.
Yeah,
so let me tell you what I think.
What you think?
What I think is that African American people have a personal opinion.
Okay.
I think a lot of African American people in this country have a lot of self-hatred, and so you guys want to be us.
He said a lot of African Americans in this country have a lot of self-hatred. And you guys want to be us. Nobody. I don't want to be you. I don't want to be you.
Okay. I think a lot of African American people in this country have a lot of self-hatred. And so you guys want to be us because you don't want to be you. And so, you know, we can't change who you are and you can't change who we are.
Okay.
Our relationships with the United States are our relationships. Our treaties are our treaties.
I totally.
You want to run around with feathers on and call yourself whatever you want to call yourself. That's your business.
No, I totally get that. Hear what I'm saying? And again, I'm not here to debate. It's just strictly a conversation. And I'm glad we're having this, because it's a conversation that needs to be had. Because once again, you said that life didn't originate in Africa. So why are you assuming that, based on what you're saying, it's safe to say that you're assuming that every so-called black person...
You asked me, did all life begin in Africa?
And you said no.
And I said no.
So my next question is, do you think that...
I asked you, I said, do you mean human beings?
So, I said no. This is the most appropriate question. Do you think that every so-called
people originated in Africa, Indian people originated in the Americas, white
you
people
think?
originated in Europe, and Asian people originated in Asia.
But
So hear what he's saying, right? Asian people originated in Asia, black people originated in Africa, white people originated in Europe, and Indians originated in America. You're right, us. But listen to this. Listen, though. Listen. This dude is hilarious.
People originated in Africa. Indian people originated in the Americas. White people originated in Europe. And Asian people originated in Asia.
But all right, so here's my question. Do you think that every so-called black person is from Africa?
No, because there are some in Fiji, there are some in Melanesia, there are some in India.
Okay.
You know, they're all over the place.
So what you're saying, you were saying that
I'm talking about the black people in the United States.
So,
So family, The man just said black people came from Africa, right? Now, when I ask him, do you think that every so-called black person came from Africa? Oh, no. Well, there's some in Fiji, there's some in here, there's some in here, but only in the United States. Those are in the United States. They are black and they came from Africa. You see, family? That is what the problem I have with the school system. That's the problem I have with the educational system. That's why these people could make this bold-faced lie, a statement like that, and think it's true, because that's what we have our children listening to in the school of the colonizers. You see what I'm saying? That's the problem. And a lot of you refuse to teach your children because y'all don't want to be parents to your children. And I'm not saying all, but a lot of y'all. You feel me? Because you just want to put them in the school, let the school babysit them, teach them anything. They come home, put them in front of a TV, put them in front of a phone, go ahead and play some games until it's time to go to school. Repeat the cycle over and over and over again. You claiming on a slave ship. You got to celebrate Black History Month. You started from the bottom and you got to work your way to the top. Not letting them know we started from the top and we fell to the bottom and it's time to get back to the top. Now y'all hear my frustration, okay?
Oh, because there are some in Fiji, there are some in Melanesia, there are some in India.
Okay. Big question. Do you think that
Black people originated in Africa, Indian people originated in the Americas, white people originated in Europe, and Asian people originated in Asia?
But all right, so here's my question. Do you think that every so-called black person is from Africa?
No, because there are some in Fiji, there are some in Melanesia, there are some in India.
Okay.
You know, they're all over the place.
So what you're saying, they were, but you were saying that
I'm
they
talking
were
about the black people in the United States.
So here's what you're
Black
saying.
people in the United States came over on slave trips from Africa.
So what you're saying is that they from everywhere else on the planet except none of them was in America before slavery.
Nope. No. Well, some of them might have been. I don't know.
But come on. Come on. Either they were or they are not. Because you see, now you're being contradictory. Because if you're saying that so-called black people was on every other planet except America before the slave ship, you were.
What's up, guys? So after months of writing,
this guy's hilarious.
My book is finally out. Link Building Mastery. It's available on Amazon. But those of you who watch my videos, this book is.
You were saying that for some reason the sun didn't allow so-called black people to be in America before the slave trade. That alone in itself doesn't even make sense.
No, there were no black people here before Europeans got here because they brought you guys.
No.
He say there were no black people here before Europeans got here. But the dumb fool don't realize the Europeans who came here, they were black people. Okay? And then they were the slaves of all these so-called black nobles. Where were they then? They wasn't even here at that time. So you see, when you don't know your story, you see, you're going to fall victim to his story. You see what I'm saying? That's the problem. You feel me? That's the problem. When you don't know your story, you're going to fall victim to his story. You heard what he said, right? There were so-called black people all over the world, okay, except in the United States. He even admitted there were so-called black people in America, but just not in the United States. All the ones that came into the United States. Because guess what? They cannot go into the Caribbean and in South America and Central America and talk that crap. You see what I'm saying? Because they didn't teach us that in the islands. They taught us we were Americans. You feel me? But he said, nah, all over the world, they had so-called black people. And yes, some was in the Americas, but only in the United States. All of them that came into the United States, they were not here before the European came. But guess who was the European that came? Black kings and queens who set up the 13 colonies. Black kings and black noblemen that created the 13 colonies. Man.
But guess what? Europeans didn't bring so-called dark-skinned people here. As a matter of fact, the first slaves on the American continent were Caucasians.
That's not even relevant.
No, it is relevant. It's absolutely
You heard what he said?
relevant.
You see, why didn't he deny it? What he said, oh, well, that's not even irrelevant. I said the first slaves, okay, on the American continent that came into, that was brought here was Caucasian people. Oh, well, that's not even irrelevant. That's not even relevant. Why not? Because they don't want y'all to know the truth.
First slaves on the American continent were Caucasians.
That's not even relevant.
No, it is relevant. It's absolutely relevant. It's absolutely relevant.
You know, my grandmother, who was a full-blood Cherokee Indian, was
Yes.
dark-skinned.
Cherokee, yes.
Oh, you hear that, family? Listen to that part. My grandmother, who's a full-blooded Cherokee, was dark-skinned. So you see, what they do is this, right? They use our complexion and call us, and what they're saying is this: dark skin and black. You see, because black means that you are a slave. You see what I'm saying? You have to peep the game. Now listen to what this man is saying. And I'm going to play it again and again and a couple of times so it could sink in, okay? Let's listen to this.
Relevant.
No, it is relevant. It's absolutely relevant. It's absolutely relevant.
You know, my grandmother, who was a full-blood Cherokee Indian, was
Yes.
dark-skinned.
Cherokee,
If she
yes, I
had,
get
if she had
that.
permed her hair, she could have passed for a black person in North Tulsa, which is our black community here. So, yeah, there were dark-skinned people here, but not all dark-skinned people are black.
You see that, family? That's why I am so adamant about telling our people, stop calling themselves black, family. You hear what he said? You heard what he said, right? I'm going to play this again because this right here, I'm telling you, this is a jewel. This video is a jewel. Like, you guys should download this and spread this all over the Americas. I'm telling you, this video should have had at least over 1 million views. At least. You heard what he said, right? My grandmother was a full-blooded Indian and she was dark-skinned. And if she permed her hair, she would look like one of the black people in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Well, let me ask you a question. I could go take anybody and perm their hair that's pale and they will not turn so-called black looking like somebody in Tulsa, Oklahoma. But let's listen to that again. But he what he said, not every dark-skinned person is black. You are absolutely correct. No dark-skinned person is black. They choose to call themselves a color that they are not. Listen to what the man is saying. Listen to what the man is saying. Okay? Let's listen again.
Passed for a black person in North Tulsa, which is our black community here.
First slaves on the American continent were Caucasians.
That's not even relevant.
No, it is relevant. It's absolutely relevant. It's absolutely relevant.
You know, my grandmother, who was a full-blood Cherokee Indian, was
Yes.
dark-skinned.
Cherokee,
If she
yes, I
had,
get
if she
that.
had permed her hair, she could have passed for a black person in North Tulsa, which is our black community here. So, yeah.
No, family. I mean, I'm just saying, right? Listen to this, like right here, right? The man is saying that his grandmother was dark-skinned. I mean, it just boggles my mind, right? And she had dark skin. And if she permed her hair, she would look like one of the black people in Tulsa, Oklahoma. So did she burn her skin? But she's full-blooded. So when your grandmothers and your grandfathers told you who you were, believe them. Okay? Believe them. Because this man knows. He said his grandmother was dark-skinned. And if she permed her hair, I can't make this up. If she permed her hair, she would look like one of the black people in Tulsa, Oklahoma. And then he turned around and said, well, not every dark-skinned person is black. Because black has nothing to do with the color of your skin. Okay? It is a status for slave. And I'm tired of my people using that identity. It gets me mad. That's why I'm determined and passionate to abolish Black History Month. Period. Y'all wonder where my passion comes from? My ancestors brought me here to do this. But I can't do it alone.
Absolutely relevant. It's absolutely absolutely
No, it's
relevant.
not. You know, my grandmother, who was a full-blood Cherokee Indian, was
Yes.
dark-skinned. And
Cherokee, yes, I
if
get
she
that.
had permed her hair, she could have passed for a black person in North Tulsa, which is our black community here. So, yeah, there were dark-skinned people here, but not all dark-skinned people are black. You guys came
But
from
guess what?
Africa.
In fact, nobody's black. Africans call themselves black. We didn't call ourselves black. We are brown skin. So I don't
Well, you
consider
guys
myself
had
black.
your own names for each other. I know that because you had your own tribes and your own languages.
So
Just like we do.
but again, so now you are actually admitting that before slavery there were dark skinned people here.
There were American Indian here who.
But I'm talking about in terms of complexion. There were dark skinned people here. We know we are American Indians, but they were dark skinned.
No, you all are not American Indian. We are.
But
You all are black people from Africa.
Listen, man. I mean, I see the game that you're playing, and once again, I'm just saying that what the truth will come out to light, and the Creator, what I'm saying, will bring everything to light, and the truth will come out. Because the point I'm trying to make is, you're telling me that every so-called black person, dark-skinned person, was on the continent except America, and now you are telling me, well, some of them was here. Either they were or they are not. But then you're talking about black. I never said I was black. Black is a color that's really black. I'm not black. I'm brown. You see what I'm saying?
You're African.
So you're telling me I'm African, but you don't even know who I am, right?
I know what you told me, and
no. What I told you was What I said was my ancestors have been on this landmass from time immemorial. Not at one point I said I was African, but you assume that I'm African.
No, you told me that.
No, I never said that. I asked you, do you think that all dark-skinned people
and
are from Africa?
all this line of stuff that you're telling me, we hear it all the time.
So I'm lying.
People with your views call us probably about once a month, and
no. I'm calling, and like I said, that's why I said, I'm calling because it's for the record, because we have to make sure that again we get to the bottom of this, because I know I realize that there are so many different cultures that's here usurping, our identity, and then when we approach them, they tend to again evade the question and deal with it from more of an organizational perspective. Okay, well, you know what? This is what the United States said. We are the Indians. Oh no, it's not what they say. It's what is. You know what I'm saying? But I totally get where you're coming from. It's an organizational thing. You don't have to be an Indian by blood to be part of the Cherokee, because the United States, hey, you know what? They are foreigners. They came here. They fought over, my ancestors. And when I say my ancestors, I'm talking about the dark-skinned people who was on this continent before even you guys came. And they had to put somebody in our place. And I guess it happened that way. But the truth will come out. That's all I'm just saying. And again, I appreciate your time. Thank you. You gave a lot of insight. And I got what I was looking for. So I appreciate that. And again, time will tell. Time will tell. All will come to light. So I hope you have a great day. And look out for us, because we are coming. All right?
Got our eyes
All
open.
right. Take care, man. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Guys, listen, man. All right, I'm gonna take this video and put it in I'm gonna copy the URL and put it in there for you guys so you could have it. All right, make sure you guys save that video, man, because this is a jewel right there. I'm telling y'all. I've never heard anybody got the truth out of these people like that. You see what I'm saying? And I have another video, and in fact I have two more, but this one is the most powerful one. You feel what I'm saying? Got him to spill the beans. That's all we have to do is go play this on youth, is go play this on BT, go play this on any major news network, and we shutting this whole joint down. I'm telling you, I have that saved on 2 or 3 different drives. I am so paranoid. Just in case somebody get to it, I got it on 3 different drives, because this video right here, like Cat Williams, this right here, man, listen, y'all just don't know. Okay, all I have to do is just sit and just play this. Okay, just play this and say, Your Honor, I would like you to listen to this video. It was on the record, so I could use this as evidence. I did state it was on the record. So I would like to submit that into the evidence. Let us go on BET. Let's play this. Okay, let us go on every news radio station. Let's play this. You feel me? Had him speaking it out. Didn't have a choice. Didn't have a choice. And I got 2 other videos. Like I told y'all with the museum. They don't know where these people came from. He said, well, I don't know. I don't know if they're the original people. They told us that they are. They're just doing what they're told. So that's why I am not mad at a lot of these people, because it's about survival. I am mad at our people, not them. Because you see, they had a role to play. They had to fill in a void. You feel me? They are playing their role. They are actors. Okay? They are actors. I am mad at my people. That's who I'm mad at. You feel me? That's where my frustration comes in. Because if this fool is telling you that you are the original Indian, in his own words, my grandmother is dark skinned. And if she perm her hair, like if anybody, like a Caucasian could perm their hair, all of a sudden they look black. But my grandmother is dark skinned. And if she perm her hair, she will look like one of the black people in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Hold up, brother. That's your grandmother? And then he says, oh, well, not all dark skinned people are black. You are absolutely correct. It's only those that were brainwashed without an identity and choose to remain dead in law. They are black. Why do you think I have no respect for people like Boyce Watkins and all of them that have the ears of the people and playing these games with our people? I don't care what they talk about. Period. Because they know exactly what they are doing. They are all part of the game, family. They are all part of the game. This is a big game, and everybody's an actor. You feel me? And we are the script, and they are playing out our lives on so many different levels. That's why I get frustrated. That's why I stay on the grind. That's why I keep asking and begging for my ancestors to just come and intervene, because I cannot do it alone. My people are asleep. Because everybody sat at a huge table, a huge dinner, and they orchestrated our story. You see what I'm saying? This is exactly what we're going to say. All right? We know we got a few people coming here from different parts of the world that with dark skin. We're going to mix them in with the Aborigines and tell them they are not from here. You know what they were doing as well? They were taking American Indians from the United States and also taking them to South America and different parts of North America. Okay? And mixing them in with people and telling the indigenous people in South America and in certain parts of North America, these people are Africans. You see what I'm saying? It was a game that was well orchestrated. And they took some indigenous people from certain parts of North America and South America and brought them into the mainland and told those Indians that they are Africans. You see what I'm saying? Why would you go from all over Africa to bring so-called black people into the Americas when they were already here? Wouldn't it be easier just to enslave them, the ones that are already here? Oh, yeah. I mean, the colony of Liberia that was set up in the 1800s. It wasn't just Liberia. Sierra Leone, Angola. It wasn't just that. So this video right here, we need to take that, all right, and put that in, just put that in. You don't have to spam. I don't promote spamming, okay? But take the link, okay, And when you see there's millions of views on certain videos, just paste it in there. You know what I mean? Let people listen to it. We gotta get it out. That's why I tell people we have to be proactive. We are too relaxed. You see what I'm saying? We are too relaxed. And they cannot do anything. Why? Because they signed a deal with the devil. And when I say the devil, I'm talking about the system. You see what I'm saying? The system. I'm not talking about any particular complexion of people. I'm talking about the system. Because like I said, Black caucus, black means pale, and caucus means an elder in the Algonquin language. So the Black caucus know they're indigenous, but they took the bag. They took the bag. So every skinfolk and kinfolk. Exactly. They are not rooted to anything. Why? Because of what we were taught. Because of what they were taught. If you think that you came from Africa on a slave ship, you see what I'm saying? In the bottom of a barrel, you feel me? Pissing yourself, going to the bathroom on yourself, starving, jumping off of ships because you don't want to come here. And that's the narrative that you are being taught. Then you would not be rooted in anything. And furthermore, you don't even know what part of Africa, so they just say Africa. But yet still Africans don't call themselves Africans. They call themselves by their respective nations and countries. So of course, a lot of our people here, they are not rooted to anything. But if they just only knew the truth, that we did not come here, we were already here. This is ours. I'm telling you, man, the game is over. The game is over. You feel me? Even in today's age, with all the technology that they have, I promise you, if they were to try to replay that whole slave narrative that they gave us, they couldn't even do it with all the technology they have right now. I promise you that. So how are you going to tell me it happened in the 1600s? And we have more technology now. Huh? I guarantee you they still couldn't have pulled it off. Family, the truth of the matter is this. When these so-called black kings and noblemen came here, okay, we accepted them as brothers because they look like a slight different phenotype, but it's still of the Negroid stock. Okay? I'm not knocking my African cousins. I'm not knocking them. I'm not knocking my European cousins. I'm not knocking my Asian cousins because we are the aborigines of the entire planet, period. You see what I'm saying? But the point I'm making is this. When they came here, we welcomed them like brothers. We gave them food. We gave them some land. And they started infringing and violating and taking. And all of a sudden, we realized that these fools didn't come here to break bread with their brothers. They came here to take our stuff. So we started fighting. Okay? We started fighting. And I promise you they couldn't win. So what did they do? They went back into Europe and said, these Indians, man, yeah, we could take this. We could do this. But we need soldiers. Okay, so then deals were struck. All right, at certain parts in Europe, a lot of these black nobles were already losing their kingships or their kingdoms. Why? Because they had pale concubines and their children was taken over. So deals had to be brokered. All right, you know what? We're gonna have a truce. So let us go into this new world. All right, let's let bygones be bygones right now. Let's go into the new world and take over. And that's what all this was about. But it couldn't just be about fighting the American Indians. Because once that started happening, they started kidnapping our people and taking them into Britain. A lot of Britons are American Aborigines. See, a lot of y'all don't know that. They took them to Portugal, Spain. They took a few of them to Africa, okay? but the majority of them went into Europe. Okay? However, they got a little soft spot, like I said, for the Indians. So now, remember, back in the days, it wasn't just about the land. It was about production. Okay? So they had to produce to build the wealth in Europe. Why? Because they had already raided and raped Africa. You feel what I'm saying? And I'm not talking about the pale man. You see, don't let people fool y'all. It wasn't the pale man that raped Africa. It was people who looked just like them, was fighting their own people, raping the land. Because the pale man didn't have the power. Too much credit, family. I'm giving y'all the facts, not opinions. Facts. So, what did the so-called black kings in Great Britain did? They say, you know what? Man, listen, we got all these pale people out here, servants, vagabonds, and criminals. Let's round them up. So they round up all they could, so-called pale people that was in Europe. Okay? And they brought them into the Americas as servants. Call them what you want. But they ended up being slaves. But they were dying out. They couldn't make it. Okay? A lot of them was dying out. And, you know, so what they had to do, they say, listen, we got to still with the production. Business got to boom. So now King James got his people. He told them, listen, I'm going to take y'all to the mainland, okay? Or the Americas, okay? I'm going to take y'all to the Americas on a contract, a 7-year contract. And that was the original Israelites, the Irish and the Scottish. The original Israelites are not from Africa. They are the original Irish and Scottish. And a lot of them were pygmies, what you call midgets. Okay? That was the tribes of King James. King James was Jacobus. And he changed his name to Jacob. And then he said he got a vision and changed his name to Israel and brought his people over here. That's what they read in Deuteronomy 28. But they did not come as slaves. They came as servants. And then after the 7 years, King James wasn't the one who enslaved his people. It was King George that said, nah, forget that, man. What you talking about slavery and indentured servants? And nah, let's do this the slave way. That's when slavery was reinstituted, or it really started actually in the Americas. Until then, slavery, I mean, like the slavery term in its brutal form did not start until the 1800s, family, or until the 1600s. Between the 1600s and the early 1800s, the late 1700s, it was all indentured servants. So all the so-called black people that came here, they didn't just come from Africa. They came from all over Europe, even Asia, okay? The original Asians that came here, like I told y'all before, okay? They were dark-skinned Asians that came here. And those were the people you start seeing as American Indians with the chinky eyes, the high cheekbones, but they look Asian. You feel me? They are not Aborigines. They are American Indians too, but they're not Aborigines. Remember, the Aborigines have always been here. American Indians is a culmination of different mixes that was starting to come into the Americas, mixing with the Aborigines. You feel me? So everybody just became American Indians, just like how everybody became black. So how everybody became African American, just like how everybody became colored. It was always reclassification of the Aborigines, because if they could take you off your status, then the land is open for discovery. Hence the doctrine of discovery. The papal bull, which we went over that. So all until the 1600s to the going up into the late 1700s, guess what? The pale man was still servants in the Americas until all the revolutions and things started to take place. You know, you had Caucasian slaves, you had American Indian slaves, and you had so-called black slaves from different parts of the world here, all coming together to fight. Guess what? The black kings and queens. Not queens, but the black kings that were here. You feel me? It just so happened that the pale man knew where he came from. So he had a different strategy. Okay, let's try to unite everybody to overthrow these black queens, these black kings, because we ain't trying to go back where we came from. We know where we came from. And that was the rise of the pale man. So stop thinking the pale man brought people from Africa and brought people from here. No, they came just like everybody else as servants. Like I told y'all before, why do you think there's no such thing as White History Month? Because you don't have to dig too far to learn the truth. So stop teaching your children this foolish his story. You dig? And even if they came, even if some of them came from Africa, guess what? They did not come here as slaves, because you know why? Because this so-called black kings and queens, okay, they had kings in Africa as well. They went to these kings and they made deals the same way they made deals with American Indian chiefs. Because even some of our people enslaved some of our people as well. I just got to keep it 100. So these kings said, okay, you know what? This is the contract. All right, boom. They're going to go into the New World for 7 years. These men, they kissed their families goodbye. They wasn't dragged and pulled. No. That stuff wasn't happening until the 1800s with King George. You feel me? So don't let nobody tell your children that they came here in the bottom of slave ships. No, these people came on deck, looking at the water, excited like a mug. They was going to new opportunities. You feel me? Guess what? You know why? Let me just give y'all some more jewels. You know why so-called black people that call themselves African Americans, thinking they're from Africa, you know why y'all cannot get reparations? You know why? Because your kings in Africa already got paid. Because they got paid to send you here as indentured servants, not as slaves. They already got the bag. You think the United States don't know what they're doing? It was all orchestrated, okay? These African kings sent their people here, not as slaves. I'm not going to say that. They sent them here for a better life. The same thing that's happening today. Nothing new under the sun. Okay? Nothing new under the sun. It is just done on a whole different scale. Okay? It's done more in a civilized, modernized world. You get a visa. Okay? Back then you didn't need a visa. All the king, or your chief or your king had to say, hey, listen, you're going into America. Okay? We will take care of your wife and children. Because a deal was struck. A deal was made. It was commerce, business. Isn't that the same thing that's happening today to us? Or what people are selling us out for business? Family is nothing new under the sun, man. Nothing new under the sun. And that's why it frustrates me, man. It does. I mean, a lot of times, listen, if y'all realize how long I took a break, almost 1.5 to 2 years from doing videos, because it was just consuming me. And you would think we would be more unified by now. Every time I look on my page, Black Lives Matter. Every time I look on my page, I'm a black queen. What part of your skin is black? Huh? Come on, man. So y'all have to realize, man, what transpired and what is still going on. Okay? We are nothing but subjects, prisoners of war in our own land. When Martin Luther King learned the truth, he said what? The Negro is exiled in his own land. Family, you cannot be exiled in anybody else's land, family. You could only be exiled in your land. You did. Man, listen, man. Y'all just don't know, man. Y'all don't know. Let me just give y'all a little piece of something right here, man. If y'all think, okay, Chief Kalinago don't know what he's talking about, let me share this screen with y'all real quick. All right. I know we've been on for over 4 hours, but I'm flowing right now. If y'all had enough, let me know if you had enough. Okay? Because I'm good. I love this. Okay? Let me know if you guys had enough or you want me to keep on going. Oh, yes, Malcolm too. Malcolm thought he was African. When he came back, he said, oh, you are the Aborigines, but you don't like being called the Aborigines. No, I'm going to ask y'all one more time. Do you want me to cut it off right here or do you want me to keep going? All right. Somebody say they up. Boom. Let's get into the $5 Indians and the doors rolls. Y'all think Chief Kalinago, I'm just getting started. Because I keep telling y'all, when I come, let me tell you something. They could never dispute anything that I'm bringing. Never dispute that. But let's go into paying the $5 now. Let's get into this. Let's get into this. Let's get into this. And this is also Indian Country Today. Okay, that's a website. I'm also going to take that link and put it down for y'all below. Let's read that a little bit. Okay, for 125 years. Let me tell y'all, I'm well studied. All right. That was updated September 13th, 2018. The original was March 21st, 2017. Paying to play Indian, the doors rolls, and the legacy of the $5 Indians. What this dude just said, the only way they accept Indians is through the doors rolls and not through blood, right? All right, then. Let's go read that from Indian Country Today. Let's read that. Boom. Okay. Let us blow that up some more. Because I'm giving y'all facts. Okay? Paying a commission, $5 could get an opportunistic white person on the doors rolls 125 years ago, which still causes problem for the tribes today. Okay? I'm going to read that again. Paying a commissioner, $5 could get an opportunistic white person on the doors rolls 125 years ago, which still causes problems today. Okay, but we have to be very mindful when we use the word white. Okay, because it's only a certain demographic, okay, or ethnic group that's considered white. So family, you have to know these terms. You have to know the lingo in order to decipher and break this thing down. Okay? Let us read. Here we are. It may be fashionable to play Indian now, but it was also trendy 125 years ago when people paid $5 a piece to falsify documents declaring them native on the doors rolls. These so-called $5 Indians paid government agents under the table in order to reap the benefit that came with having Indian blood. Mainly white men with an appetite for land, $5 Indians paid to register on the doors rolls, earning fraudulent enrollment in the tribes along with benefits inherited by generations to come. All right? So once again, when you hear people talking about their Cherokee and their this and they Choctaw and Chickasaw family, that's all a lot of them know. It may not be their fault. Now I'm not making excuses for them. My thing is I'm not here to tear anybody down. I'm just here to speak the truth. But the truth can be hurtful. So that's why I ask people, don't take it personal. All right, I'm just giving you the facts. All right. Now, these so-called $5 Indians paid government agents under the table in order to reap the benefits that came with having Indian blood. Okay, but yet still so let me ask you a question, right? If they knew that was the case, why did they only choose to go with the Dawes Rolls and not doing it through blood quantum? Family, once again, man, read between the lines. Okay? Read between the lines, because there had to be an infiltration. The movies were showing Indians as pale people, so it had to happen in real. Mainly white men with the appetite for land, $5 Indians paid to register on the Dawes Rolls, earning fraudulent enrollment in tribes along with benefits inherited by generations to come. These were opportunistic white men who wanted access to land or food rations, said Gregory Smithers, associate professor of history at Virginia Commonwealth University. These were people who were more than happy to exploit the Dawes Commission, and government agents for $5 were willing to turn a blind eye to graft and corruption. You see what I'm saying? No, it was a plot that was put together. Nobody is going to just jeopardize their job for $5. Even back then, yes, $5 was decent money. You see what I'm saying? But the first census was taken in 1790. All right, let me see. Give me 1 second. Let me see when was the Dawes Rolls created. I think it was created in 1902. Oh, but it was in the late 1800s. But let me check real quick. Give me 1 second. When was the Dawes Rolls created?
1967.
No.
According to
Come
Wiki-
on. When was the Dawes Rolls created?
1893.
Okay,
According to
1893.
Wikipedia, the Dawes Rolls.
All right, the Dawes Rolls was created in 1893. So $5 back then, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, it had a little bit of value, but I don't think somebody in that position was going to jeopardize their job for $5. You see, that was planned. It was orchestrated. Why? Because the American Indian had to be whitewashed. Okay? The Dawes Commission, established in 1893 to enforce the General Allotment Act of 1887, or the Dawes Act, was changed with convincing tribes to cede their land to the United States and divide remaining land into individual allotments. Okay? The commission also required Indians to claim membership in only one tribe and register on the Dawes Rolls, which was what? That tribe was what? The Cherokee Nation. You see what I'm saying? Now you see how that call is all putting everything in perspective. What the government meant to be a definitive record of individuals with Indian blood. The Curtis Act, passed in 1898, targeted the 5 civilized tribes: Cherokee, Choctaw, Chickasaw, Creek, and Seminole, forcing them to accept allotments and register on the Dawes Rolls. The 2 acts, which came during a period of murky social context after the Civil War, when white and black men were intermarrying with Native American women, aimed to help the government keep track of real Indians while accelerating efforts to assimilate Indian people into white culture, Smithers said. Now, let's go back here for a second. Like you heard what Dude said, right? That's why I keep telling you, when you read this type of documents, especially when you're reading certain books, when they say black, mind you, you heard what he said, right? Not every dark-skinned person is black. But yet still he did say if his grandmother permed her hair, she will look like a black person in Tulsa, Oklahoma. So obviously he's not talking about the color of skin being black. He's talking about a status, family, a status. Okay? A status. By 1865, African Americans and white Americans were moving into the Midwest, into Indian and Oklahoma territories, all vying for some patch of land they could call their own and leave out their Jeffersonian view of independence, he said. Okay? The federal government poured a lot of effort and energy into the Dawes Commission, but at the same time, it was very hard for both Native and American governments to keep track of who was who. The Dawes Commission set up tents in Indian Territory, said Bill Welch, Director Emeritus of Oklahoma Historical Society, Office of American Indian Culture and Preservation. Just so y'all know, that territory they now call Oklahoma, it wasn't called Oklahoma. At that time, it was called Indian Country. Just so y'all know. But it was changed to facilitate the moving of the people of the Trail of Tears, okay? The Dawes Commission set up tents in Indian Territory, said Bill Welch, Emeritus of Oklahoma Historical Society, Office of American Indian Culture and Preservation. There, field clerks scored written records, took oral testimony, and generated enrollment cards for individuals determined to have Indian blood. This included authentic Indians, Welch said, but it also included lots of people with questionable heritage. Commissioners took advantage of their positions and enrolled people who had very minimal or questionable connections to the tribes, he said. They were not adverse to taking money under the table. Well, that's what that's what they were calling our people. They were calling them African Americans. All right. And of course, like I said, you also had this of the so-called black people that came from, some parts of Africa and mainly Europe. Okay, that came here as well. All right. Now there's this book called The Final Roles of Citizens and Freedmen. Okay, remember, citizens, keep that in mind. Let's go back to the conversation that gentleman had. Okay, you could be an American Indian but not be a citizen of that because you were not on the Dawes rolls. So the citizens, okay, were strictly from an organizational, a governmental perspective. But the freedman was the American Indian that they eventually they end up calling African American. So going back in that time, you have to know what meant. Freedmen don't mean that they were slaves and all of a sudden they were freed. No, they were always free, but they were not citizens. You see what I'm saying? Just like how before 1924, before the Indian Citizen Act of 1924, a lot of American Indians, they were aliens to the United States. They were not citizens of the United States. So they were considered freedmen. It's only when you become a citizen of the United States, you become subject to the United States and you're no longer free. But of course, like I said, Chief Kalanaga will break it down. Okay? Of the 5 civilized tribes in Indian Territory, okay, which is now Oklahoma, all right, the commission and commissioner to the 5 civilized tribes and approved by the Secretary of the Interior, okay, blase, 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 blah, okay. The implications of such shady practices are enormous now, Smithers said. $5 Indians pass their unearned benefits to heirs who still lay claim to tribal citizenship and associated privileges. Now we have people who are white but who can trace their names back to the rolls used by, like your chief, 132nd Indian, right? Used by the tribal nations to ascertain who has rights as citizens, he said. That means we have white people who have the ability to vote at large. It means political rights. It means the potential to influence tribal policy on a whole range of issues. It means people have access to health care, education, and employment. The implications are quite profound for people who got away with fraud. Well, let's talk about your fraud too, mister. You did say your grandmother was a black woman. Okay, I got it on record. On the flip side, while non-natives paid to play Indian, many authentic Indians who didn't trust the government chose not to register with the Dawes Rolls at all, like us, because we never trusted them. Okay, said Gene Norris, a genealogist at the Cherokee National Historical Society. That means people with legitimate claims to tribal enrollment and benefits are now excluded, like the American Aborigines. Native Americans are the only racial group of defined by blood. No, they are not defined by blood. They are defined by governmental treaties, by citizenship. You just heard the conversation with that gentleman. It is not by blood quantum. If they did it by blood, I promise you, none of them would be Indians. Even that was arbitrary. In 1890s, siblings who talked about different commissions emerged from different blood quantum because they didn't apply together. Some of them have different blood degrees. In short, the Dawes Rolls forever changed the way the federal government defined Indians, and in many cases, the way Indians still define themselves. In 1900, one woman registered on the rolls with 256 Cherokee blood. Norris said, now some enrolled members of Cherokee Nation have as little as what 1/8 family, check this out, 8,198 Indian blood, but yet still they are Indians. Let's talk about his chief, 132, but yet still he's an Indian. All right then. You have people that's 8,196 Indian blood. Basically, they're everything else. I don't even think y'all see what I'm reading here, man. So if it's only 1% of 8,196 is Indian blood, what is the rest? But yet still, we are the real Indians, and we over here playing games. The Dawes Rolls even now are a murky and very inaccurate gauge of Indian citizenship, he said. Yes, indeed, we know that. In 2000 census, the number of people claiming Cherokee ancestry was 3 times that of official tribal enrollment. That's what happens when the federal government establishes the rules, not the native, he said, because the native is in bed with the federal government, period. Smithers has no estimate of the number of people who fraudulently registered on the Dawes Rolls or who lay false claim to Indian citizenship now. But $5 Indians did not represent an isolated case of appropriation. What we had was simply white people claiming to be Indians. He said, how come they never said anything about so-called black people claiming to be Indians? See, they got to be mindful with that, right? They were early wannabes, just like we have today. $5 Indians is just another term for that. Man, listen, man, I'm telling y'all. Woo. Exactly. That's why they're using the rolls. All right. Man, I love doing this, man. I love doing this, man. I so appreciate y'all. We've been on here for over 4 hours, like 4.5 hours we going in. So I'm about to shut this down. I'm about to get some rest. I hope you guys enjoy this build. Thank you so much for being on. That's what I'm talking about. I'm feeding the mind. I'm feeding the people. I'm feeding the mind and I'm filling the people. I like that. I'm giving y'all some food for the brain. You know what I'm saying? So family, it's soon to be about that time. Like I said, all right, it's time for us to organize. Okay, we have enough information. Enough information. You did? Enough. We got enough proof. So when we step, okay, what we have to do is this. We're not going to let anybody try to make us prove that we are. We have to put the burden of proof on them and let them prove that we are not. And I promise you that they cannot do. That's how we win our claims. You feel me? That's how we win our claims. Black people ain't getting reparations because all of them that came from Europe and Africa and Asia, guess what? Their kings and chiefs already got paid. They already got paid. They already got reparations. Why do you think they can't get it? Every other ethnic group got paid except so-called black people. That's why. That's why. And they knew a lot of them did not come here as slaves. They came here on contracts. Family, you got to read between the lines. Okay? You did. So that's what it is. Okay, these people are Indians through organizations. So anybody could just create an organization and work a deal with the government to be called Indians. Because that was the whole point anyway, to take our land. That's it. That was the plan, family. Once you take the land, that means you took the resources. You took the people's ability to grow food, build homes, and literally take care of their families. And that's what it was. You know? So, I promise you, the Americas got so much land, we could literally put half of the world in the Americas and still have space for people to live comfortably. And that's facts. Okay? So, I hope you guys found some value in this bill tonight. Let us continue to spread the word. I felt in the spirit of Indigenous Peoples Day that's coming up on the 11th, you know what I mean, which is in 2 days. I really wanted to go in. You know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't plan on coming on here that long, but I was led to just keep going in. So that's that. Maybe tomorrow or maybe Sunday. Well, Sunday, because today's already Saturday. I might do something else, but I think that was enough for people to go through, disseminate. And please, guys, do me a favor. Do your own research. Don't believe anything that I tell you. All right? I'm not just saying things to make it sound good. You see what I'm saying? I'm giving you the facts, but I want you to do your own due diligence. So when anybody challenge you, you're able to pull resources. Hey, Benjamin Franklin said this. Hey, Columbus, Varazona, De Soto. I mean, all these different peoples, all these different documents we could go and prove and bring and show. Go into congressional records and pull things, because I have that on the side as well, so that nobody could dispute what we are talking about, because we have the documentation. Okay? So that's what we got to do. So like I said, all right, pretty soon, I'm going to open up membership for our organization. Okay? We already have the website. So we finna take it to another level. That's what we're about to do. Indigenous Peoples Native Autochthonous Network. And the reason why I put Native Autochthonous Network is because I didn't want to just put native by itself, because all native means is to be born. But autochthonous, native autochthonous, gives it a whole different meaning. Okay? A whole different meaning. Just so y'all know. Now, what I'm going to do real quick before I go, somebody said that native people are not indigenous. That's not true. They are indigenous. And I'm going to show you one more thing before I get out of here, because I like to educate. So let me show y'all real quick, which I've shown it before, but I'm going to show it again. Repetition is the key, right? Let's go look at the etymology of indigenous. And let me share my screen. Indigenous has two meanings. So that's why I keep telling you, always have to be on your game with the words and definitions, okay? Not definitions, but meanings. So let me go ahead and share my screen. Share my screen. All right, here we go. Let me give y'all this in conclusion, guys, because I heard somebody said that natives are not indigenous. They are indigenous. Okay, indigenous, the etymology. All right, let this populate real quick so we could get out of here. Let me drink some water in the meantime. Okay. It looked like there's a slight delay, so give me 1 second. Let me see. It's not showing up yet. All right, here we go. It's pulling up. Okay. So guys, yes, we are indigenous. That's a fact. But native people are indigenous as well. Okay. Even pale people are indigenous. Okay. Everyone who's born anywhere is indigenous. Okay. So let us look at the etymology of that. Indigenous, born or originating in a place. So when you say that when we say we're indigenous, we are supposed to put original or originating indigenous or original indigenous. You see what I'm saying? You see, you have to know the words and terminologies that they use because it's wordplay. It's wordplay. So they are indigenous because they are born, and that's all native means, to be born. With the new definition that the United States made the word native. You see what I'm saying? So it's to be born. However, we are born and originating, not all. We are born and originating. That's why we are the American Aborigines. However, natives are indigenous because they are born. Anybody could be a native because they are born. Okay? Period. If somebody, let's just say, came from, let's say somebody came from Europe, a pale person came from Europe, let's say 4 months ago, right? And that person was pregnant and they have their baby in the United States. That baby is a native because all it means is to be born. However, originating indigenous is different. That's an aborigine because they are originating from that land. So I hope you guys know the difference. Okay, so when you say you indigenous, know exactly what you're saying. That's why you will always hear me say original indigenous American or American Aborigine. Okay, so I just want to kind of get that straightened out before I get out of here. All right, guys, cool. So we good. Y'all get some rest. I love you guys. You guys have a good one, and we will be talking soon. No. In legal terms, Aboriginal is an original inhabitant. Okay, so in legal terms, when you go look at, let me go show you the etymology of Aboriginal. Okay. Okay, let me just share this with y'all real quick. I mean, I was gonna get out of here, but y'all pulling me back into this real quick, man. So let me show you etymology of Aboriginal real quick. Okay, Aboriginal. First, earliest existing from the beginning. Okay, especially in reference to inhabitants of a land colonized by Europeans, from Aborigines. Okay? Let that populate real quick. I promise this is the last one I'm doing. I'm tired. I mean, I could go, but I need to rest. All right. Aboriginal, adjective. 1660s first, earliest, first is the first, okay? Earliest existing, period, first. We could stop right there, first. Earliest existing from the beginning, especially in reference to inhabitants of lands, what? Colonized by Europeans. The problem with a lot of our people, when they think of Europeans, they only think of pale people, not realizing it was so-called black Europeans that came here and took our land. Rape that brought the rapture. Okay? Now it says from what? Aborigine. See Aborigine. Let's click on Aborigine. Aborigine. Person, animal, or plant that has been in a country or region from earliest times. Okay? Aboriginal is considered the correct singular in English. Aborigines, the first inhabitants, especially of Latium, hence the first ancestors of Rome, which we know they are Aborigines because they were dark-skinned. Okay, possibly a tribal name, or from made to conform to Latin phrase aborigine, which means literally from the beginning. All right, guys? All right, good. And we good. I'm shutting this down right now. Y'all get some rest, and I will be talking to you guys later. Thank you so much. Family, please support the website, man. Come on. Yeah, man, y'all got to show some love. All right? Go to the website and show some love. All right? Thank you.